must be a public space, public place, such as a courthouse, a city or town hall, a community center, or any other public or private building in a central place. Fortunately, for today, for this particular nomination of 2025-2026 general election, for the first time in the history of the Electoral Commission, this nomination exercise is taking place in the premises, on the grounds owned by the Electoral Commission. I know you're not allowed to clap, but that is a milestone. But please don't. It is to take note that this particular nomination is taking place on the grounds of the Electoral Commission, where the Commission is going to have its first ever permanently owned headquarters. Rubowa, Rweza, Makindye Sabagabo. And everybody who has been here so far, from yesterday, some did not want to leave because the ambience, the place is nice. So, yes, the place is very nice. So, yes, and when this is a place that Ugandans we should celebrate because it's their home. Because the commission is the commission of the people of Uganda. The holders of the offices are in the service of the people of Uganda. The facility here is for the people of Uganda. Earlier I had mentioned that you see there is a big book in front of Commissioner Stephen Tashobya. That book is called the Compendium of Electoral Laws. All laws governing elections in the country are in that book. And all the commissioners and everybody has copies of that. I know the other copies are just around here. So they define everything there need to be in organizing elections. The secretary of the commission is now going to the chairperson. As we await the type of smoke, whether it is black or white. So I was reading for you some sections and elements of the Presidential Elections Act. Just to, I know you know, but just to remind ourselves. Section 9 speaks about sponsorship of candidates by political parties, and it says,
Thank you, Julius, for that voter education exercise. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we were verifying the papers of the aspirant. It has taken some bit of time, but that's what we're required to do. We are required to be meticulous and ensure that everything is in order. We verified these papers and we find everything is okay. He has satisfied the requirements laid out in the Presidential Elections Act. Therefore, I, Justice Byabakama Mugenyi Simon, being the returning officer for the nomination of presidential candidates, declare Nandala Mafwabi James Nathan a duly nominated candidate in respect of the presidential elections 2026, he having fulfilled the nomination requirements under the Presidential Elections Act, Chapter 179, Laws of Uganda. Congratulations. All right. Now, candidate Nandala Mafwabi James Nathan. As a duly nominated candidate, you are required to observe the following. 1, you are to appoint an official agent who will coordinate your campaign meetings and media program, and also attend meetings on your behalf where necessary. Secondly, you are to avail the Commission with a schedule of your campaign meetings and media program as soon as practicable to facilitate the smooth harmonization of all the candidates' campaign programs countrywide. And thirdly, you are to sign a memorandum of understanding with the Electoral Commission in compliance with the harmonized campaign program, timelines, and guidelines. May I now therefore ask you or your agent to sign this nomination document to confirm you have been duly nominated. Yeah, please. Just the correct page. Yeah, just here. That's all right. You walked in an aspirant, now you are moving out as a candidate. And your status for that matter has changed in an instant. First of all, the law under the Presidential Elections Act provides that the state should provide you with 24-hour round security. We are going to begin that by giving you, handing over to you, your security vehicle with the security personnel who will accompany or escort you wherever you are going on your campaign trail and wherever you want to go, except outside the country. They will not escort you there. Secondly, you also be availed security at your home. That vehicle is at the cost of the Electoral Commission in terms of fuel, payments to the driver, and to the security personnel. You don't have to pay them anything. And it has to be driven only by our official driver, to whom it will be handed over. After that, Mr. Candidate, you may, at your will, go to the media tent and address the media and the people of Uganda. They may want to hear your voice. So now let's go to hand over your vehicle, Mr. Presidential Candidate, so that you are well secured. Thank you. Secondly, under the Presidential Elections Act also, upon nomination, the Commission is required to avail you a soft copy of the National Voters Register. And I have it here. Let your agent come and pick this soft copy of the National Voters Register.
So the Commission will lead you. The Commission will lead you. Protocol will lead you. The Commission will go ahead and protocol will guide. And members of the press, after that, you proceed at the media circle, at the media center, and the candidate will speak to you and to the country.
Okay, candidates, you can now talk to the public.
You can give him this one. The other one.
This is
This one.
okay. The candidate.
Thank you so much. My name is Nandala Mafabi, James Nathan. I come from the mountains of the sun, and I've been around for almost 59 years. I began my life by going to school, in a primary school, secondary school, and the university. I have done so many professional qualifications. I've worked as a civil servant at local and international, and I've been a member of parliament for 25 years. On this note, I want to thank the people of Dadiri West, Wugisu, for having given me an opportunity to be a member of parliament for 25 years and all the support in the region, which put me on the platform so that everybody can see me. On the international scene, I've worked for World Bank and IMF, and I still consult for them. This work, which I do, is in the area of economics and accounting. In Parliament, whom you see here, served as the chairman of the national economy, served as chairman PAC twice. I was a leader of opposition, and all of you have seen the reforms I did during my tenure. I'm sure today you are seeing me in a different capacity as a presidential candidate. I'm currently the chairman of Wugisu Cooperative Union, which union is the only surviving union in this country. And that's why I bring the knowledge of cooperatives in this election. For all of you who have seen me for this period, believe and accept I'm a worker. Since I'm a worker, I am a servant you can rely on. And that's the reason I'm in this election, to come and work for people of Uganda as your servant, to make sure you have better lives than you have now. And that's why our slogan, fixing the economy, money in our pockets. The reason we want to fix the economy is that in 1986, our current president, President Museveni, came and said the problem was security. Now security is done. What is remaining? There's insecurity in our homes, in our youth pockets. And people are poor, whereby 84% of Ugandans live on 26%. In short, every 26 people are the ones, every one person of 26 people are supporting 84. It means poverty in this country is high. I heard President Museveni talking about GDP. I heard him talking about poverty reduced in Uganda, but those are numbers which are disputable. Poverty is in how you see your life, how you manage your daily lives, how you live in your house. Are you meeting your basic needs? Are you able to take your children to school? Are you able to get medical? Are you able to transport yourself from one point to another? Are you having a roof over your head? Is your life okay? These are the issues why we come in this election. I want to thank my party, Forum for Democratic Change, for giving me an opportunity to carry their flag as a presidential candidate. And this I attribute it to my party leaders, my brother, who is the current president of the party, POA, that's Patrick Amriat Oboy, my chairman, Jack Sabit, whom I've known from my younger days as a civil servant, and he has mentored me up to date, all my members of NEC, National Council, Delegates Conference, and the party members and the Uganda at large. This election which I come, I bring a new menu, which all of Ugandans should take. I don't come with hatred. I don't come with anger. I come to build bridges where there are no bridges. I come to repair bridges where are broken. 40 years down the road, President Museveni has done what he can. The remaining period he can't do it. It needs a new blood to fix it. And I'm asking people of Uganda, this is an opportunity for you to allow new blood in Nandala Mafavi to fix this country for you. This country, our youth are suffering. Poverty is on increase with the youth. They tell the youth are taking marijuana.
1 p.m.
But
He requested that he be allowed to report at 1 p.m. So we shall proceed to have the next aspirant at 1 p.m. We thank you. I think, Julius, where's Julius? I think our guests, please be comfortable, keep around. I think you'll be ushered into a place for refreshments, so that we want your presence to be meaningful to us. Thank you so much.
Are you staying up to 1? Are you staying up to 1? Staying here.
10% of the national budget so that we develop this country. As we develop the agriculture sector, we need to look at what the farmers produce. Do we have market? If there's no market, the government will make sure provides the market. We shall have stores, which you know them, silos, to keep our produce. Farmers suffer because they have a problem of what we call post-harvest. A man has a small house with his wife, his children. He produces 10 bags of maize. He has nowhere to keep them. I want to tell that if you have a responsible government, this maize should have been kept by government and issue the farmer with what we call a warehouse receipt, which he can go anywhere and cash it anytime for the purpose of his life. I talk about coffee. I can tell you I am a child of a teacher, of teachers and farmers. We know growing coffee. I want to state that Nairobi now, which is Kenya government and Rwanda government, they are on the New York Stock Exchange. They are taking their coffee at a premium, while ours we are just throwing away. You can imagine a Senate government to allow our Ugandan coffee to go at a cheaper rate instead of going at a premium. I want to implore all of you to take the New York board. You will discover that the Kenya coffee, which has poor quality, and Rwanda, is going at a higher price compared to ours. And that's why they come here to buy ours for purpose of going to blend theirs instead of us getting the highest premium. As a president of your country, if you give me the mandate, coffee, which is the leading foreign exchange earner, which was one of those which brought independence in Uganda, will get the best treatment, and you will get value for this country. We intend to revamp, and I don't know, of course, I can say revitalize cooperatives. I am a chairman of this cooperative union, the only surviving one. There is no country which can develop without cooperatives. Leave lip service of talking about cooperatives. You must have cooperatives which work. I want to tell you, I come with experience in the cooperative world. I will ensure cooperative societies work. And when a cooperative society works, it will ensure that the people of Uganda, who are those lower side people, will earn lives. And that's why I say I come with experience to make sure that all original cooperative societies are revitalized, start functioning for purpose of helping our poor farmers to earn a living and put money in their pockets. This one is a sure deal because you are dealing with a person with experience. And I come with total experience in that area. Of course, all of you know Bujusu Cooperative Union, when we came, was dead, was on its knees. Now it's the glory of the region. And that's why you go to Bujusu, you're having people putting up iron sheets or tiles or buying cars, doing good life better to look after themselves. We intend to ensure that we have money at a village level. All of you know we launched a manifesto, which is now being copied by some party members and some members of other parties, including the president of this country, because our manifesto was the first to be launched. It's the best manifesto, and I implore every Ugandan to read it. And one of the pillars there, of course, we talk about employment. We talk about strategic investment. we talk about human capital, we talk about special interest. All these are embedded, the 5 pillars, in our manifesto. I'll talk about a few in a summary so that you know what type of manifesto we have. In village level, we intend to have money at village level. Every village will have 100 million shillings every year. Every parish will have 100 million. Every sub-county will have, those are for the leaders. Going up the district at 500 million. Somebody will ask, where will you get the money for a village? Currently, this country is bleeding. Corruption and mismanagement totals 10 trillion shillings. We have 72,000 villages. If I give you 100 million, it means that is 7.2 trillion. So the interest which I'm going to do is to plug and ensure there is no corruption in this country. And I'll have 10 trillion to service the village levels. I can tell you villages, you are going to have money under my leadership. Others are saying they are going to do it again. They have been around for 40 years. They have not done it. In fact, President Museveni does not need to put a poster anywhere for 40 years because he has been around. If somebody can put a poster, then there must be a problem. If somebody can talk about going to fight corruption when you have had the power for 40 years, if somebody can talk about that he's going to change roads when he has been for 40 years, if somebody can talk that he's going to give you money in his pockets, in your pockets when he has been here for 40 years and he has not done it, it shows that's a total failure. It is now time to give new blood who can implement this idea. Sports. We have said sports, every school will have sports fields, facilities. I heard President Museveni saying, no registering a school without a sports facility. Where has it been 40 years? Where? That clearly now copying and pasting. Now the person who can do it is Nandara Mafabi and his team. Every school will have sports facilities. I can speak without contradiction. If a Speaker of Parliament can build a stadium, what about government? I can assure you this is possible and can be done. Colleagues and countrymen, we have talked about having employment for our youth. The reason why we have unemployment is because we are, instead of putting money in productive sectors, we're putting in unproductive sectors. Our government will make sure money is put in productive sectors to generate jobs. The youth, I want to assure you, under my government, you are going to get jobs. And this is why we even start and said every graduate who is going to leave, the day on your graduation, you will go with 1 million shillings to go and start life. That shows it is possible. I have heard President Museveni saying that within now 2 years, he's going to provide them some money. What happened 40 years down the road? You never saw that graduates are suffering. It is important that you have a leader who will keep his word, who will move this country forward. I come here without any hatred. No hatred. We want to thank President Museveni has done what he could for 40 years. It's time for him to be a senior citizen, our advisor to us. Let him rest. We don't want him to die because of stress of work. Here are young men, now Nandara coming, to do that for him. And I can tell you, I am the best candidate for this election. I'm calling people of Uganda to support me with that fear of favor. I want you to support me. I am the best you have. This is the best menu you have. I ask all parties to support me. I ask NRM to support me. And I can tell you, nobody will be witch-hunted. No. We say thank you. And I repeat, we are going to build bridges where there are not, repair where there are no bridges. Finally, on this leg, we have decided to make our rally at a place called Kampala Road in Butabika. That place is in a slum area. We did it intentionally to tell the people of Uganda that we are aware of your problem. And we are coming there to show you that this problem where you are is what we are coming to solve. It's not that we can also go to a better place like Nachivubo, but we are coming where that rally is to tell you that we are part of that problem and it's time to solve it. And that's why our rally is in Butabika, in a place where people are disadvantaged. And that's why I ask people, you say you want to protect our gains. You want to protect gains of poverty, you want to protect gains of people suffering, or what? The gains should not be for a few, it should be for the entire country. And nobody made an application to God to be born in Uganda. All of us found ourselves here. And that's why we say, I want you to go to a hospital, whether in Kisoro, or Koboko, or Zombo, get equal treatment. That's why we want all regional hospitals now to become referral hospitals instead of having one referral hospital. That's why I'm saying we don't want to do medical tourism where people go to South Africa, go to India, go to Dubai, go to America, to UK for treatment. And those who go are the members of parliament, ministers, or those who can catch the eye of a president. I want you to go to Mbale Hospital and get what you would get in India. I want you to go to a Royal Hospital to get what you would get in Turkey. And this is why we come in, that my grandmother in Zombo, my mother in Kavale, my father in Busia, when he cannot see the eye of a president, should go anywhere and get treatment than looking for favors from those in power. I plead and tell you that this is possible. I can assure the school will be made better and everybody will need education. And you can see Electoral Commission was checking my papers to confirm if I have gone to school. There are people who have not gone to school, not because they don't not like, but because they have not had capacity to do it. We need equal education. We need equal health. We need infrastructure which work for all of us. We need our elderly to be taken care of. We need houses for civil servants like medical facilities. You will call Mulago Hospital, where there's a building where used to be CML. Those were quarters for junior doctors. I want to ask you a question. Supposing a mother is in Mulago Hospital, going to deliver, and now he must be having a cesarean, be operated on. Our doctor stays in Mukono, who is supposed to work. By the time he comes, will the woman be there? The woman will be dead. Those are things which we say misplacement of planning in this country. I have technical people whom I put ahead. I will respect all the workers, the civil servants, the teachers. There's no teacher who should not be paid equally, whether you did math, or you did chemistry, or you did physics, or you did English, you are the same. We need all these teachers. Mathematics is never taught in Rugisu or Uganda. Mathematics is taught in English. And that means you need a teacher of English so that you are able to understand the math in English. So why would you disadvantage a teacher of English? All this will be resolved and this country will move together. Anyone who decides dividing people like that means is dividing the country. This country is disunited. I come here to reconcile it, to unify it, so that when you go to Gulu, you go to Kisoro, you go anywhere, you are treated as a Ugandan, all of you loving each other. So I come as a reconciler, and I am the one who brings unity in this country. I want elders to be taken care of. I can assure you the elders, you will have homes, you will have a monthly salary. I will not add just age, so that you say few can get. I will make sure each and everyone is treated equally. Uganda belongs to all of us. One Uganda, one people.
Thank you very much, candidate Mafabi Nathan, the FDC flag bearer. I'm going to invite a few questions for the candidate, and I'd love to have two gentlemen and two ladies first. Okay, if there are two, any ladies, please? Okay, as they prepare themselves, please mention your name, the media house, and please stick to the theme of today. Thank you so much.
William Muranga from Beg Media, stroke Beg TV. Honorable Nandala Mafabi, now Excellency to be. You
say Your Excellency.
Your Excellency to be. You have previously worked with the World Bank before we saw you in politics in Uganda. Uganda keeps on borrowing from the G7. What will be your position when you become president? Because our borrowing is too much. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
You can answer. Yes, you can answer.
If you have gone to borrow, it means you will pay back and you pay with interest. So Uganda borrows because it has very little to manage their budget. So we have been borrowing to fill the gap of the budget, the deficit. Currently, the figures are beyond 50%. 50% of our GDP. So that means every year we are borrowing 50% of our budget goes to service debt. Goes to service what? Debt. I'm just assuming now at 50. 10 trillion is stolen. 7 trillion is in public administration. At the end, you find that the money which remains, which goes for service delivery, is about 10%. This is a big cost to this country. The reason our country is not moving forward is basically because of borrowing and the mismanagement of public resources. So as a president of your country, if you give me the power, number one is to reduce debt. And the debt can be reduced in the following manner. Currently, we have a narrow tax base. And this narrow tax base are the very few people whom we charge every day. And some of you, of course, you are part of the narrow tax base. If you go to buy soap, you pay tax at VAT. If you go to buy sugar, you pay tax at VAT 18%. So in short, instead of buying a kilo of sugar, you buy a quarter because you cannot afford because of tax. And because of that, it costs this country that people don't get enough to live on. So number one is to increase the tax base, to ensure everybody is in a tax bracket, and pay little. At the end it will be more, and you will service the debt, current debt, and don't go to borrow money for non-productive sectors. Money should be for only productive sectors. And this, if done, within 1 year, this country will change. You recall, in 1997, we were told, HIPIC, all our debt was written off. If this country was serious, by now would be in surplus budget. Instead, every year, we're running a deficit budget. I can assure you, if you block losses, if you block mismanagement, if you reduce on public administration, I can tell you we shall reduce debt, and at the end, within less than 3 years, would be in surplus. And the people of Uganda will be living a better life. That's why we say, have money in your pocket. How will you have it? If instead of spending 10,000 to buy one item, I'll spend 10,000 to buy many items, because the money will have value and there will be lower cost of goods and services.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. To be Jethro Kasaiji, I work with UBC. About governance and leadership, how do you intend to practically actually empower institutions of accountability, that is IGG, Auditor General, but also Parliament, to fight corruption? Thank you.
I think you know that I'm good at that. You are aware of the Chairman Park, where we heard the untouchables to become accountable. I am very good. We have the best laws in this country for Auditor General's office, for IGG, for CID, mention it. The only thing is lack of will to support them. Because if the Auditor General produced a report that this such and such resources are missing, and you, the executive, does not implement it, it shows you are demoralizing an institution. If IGG produces a report and you don't work on it, you are demoralizing the institution. And also you must give them resources to do work. It does not mean that you have a dog, you are not feeding, and you assume it will look after you. It will look after the neighbor who is feeding it. So it is important that these institutions have laws, be facilitated, do work, and whatever they produce, act on it. And you need a man like Nandala to act on such, not the current president, because he has no capacity. Even now, public administration. Let me give an example, Parliament. Our Parliament is too big. Too big. We have created many districts. And whenever you create a district, you have a member of Parliament who is a woman. You'll have LOC5 and the local government. Why did we create them? Because of lack of service delivery. People were thinking if they create this, they'll have this. Parliament needs to be reduced. I can tell you this is one of the topics some people don't want to hear. I and my team will make amendments to ensure that districts are represented by 2 people only. 1 directly elected member of Parliament and 1 for women who will represent for purposes of gender sensitive. That's why I have my wife here. For over 30 years we have been together because I'm gender sensitive.
I congratulate you, Mr. Nandala, on your nomination. So I'm grateful. I have 3 questions. Question number 1, we have leaders with mask. People put on a mask.
I'm not one of those.
Let me finish. Number 2, we are tired of deception. They speak as if they are going to do miracles to us. They don't do it. Thirdly, we have a paradox of Africa, having everything and have nothing. You can't have everything and have nothing. How are you willing to change that? That rhetoric that the world has talked, that they have everything and have nothing. Number 4, how are we going to remove money from politics, which is a cancer and a pain?
Thank you very much. Let me give you one of the experiences which we have seen in this country. We have the best reports, but implementing them is not there. And many countries, including Rwanda, has got our reports and implemented them that have been a success story. Now, what is the reason? We can write well, but we cannot do work. Now you have brought a servant who can work. I can tell you, here is a servant you can rely on. I'll do what you are asking me. Removing money from politics is very important. You end up voting money instead of voting a leader. I am begging the people of Uganda this election, kindly change attitude. You vote leaders, don't vote money. Because when you vote money, the person will tell you, I bought you. I want to ask you, of course that's why we wanted to amend the Elections Act of Presidential and Parliamentary, that the President should step aside so that this election could be free and fair. Currently, the current government, cannot differentiate it from NRM and the government. They are infused together. And now when a president gets money to give an entity, he's giving it as a president and claiming it as an NRM. So these are things we must deal with. Now, money in politics, it's high time. Don't follow it. In any case, if somebody gave you money, you never asked. If it's from NRM, that's your public resource. Eat it. But vote leaders like Nandala so that you can have better leaders for tomorrow. And I can assure you, if you vote a leader who is good like Nandala, he'll do everything for you. And the money they paid you in 1 year, you'll get it. In fact, they give you safe. Let me give an example, 10,000 shillings. Nandala is saying he's bringing 100 million in your village. So that means every villager might get maybe 5 million. Why do you leave 5 million to go for 10,000? And the 100 million is from your state coffers. While the one who gave you 10 from state coffers has left the balance. These are things you should think about. Even when you're electing your leaders at low level, don't go for money. Go for leaders and you'll be safe. And this one, of course, we need to make a law to deal with voter bribery in an election. The other one that we are deceitful, there are people who are deceitful, they have a mask, and I am not there. I don't have a mask. I am a man we see. What I'm speaking is what comes from my heart. What I work, I can do it. And you know, whatever I've been given an assignment. Ask colleagues I've been with in civil service, I've been with in the World International Market, World Bank in international world. Ask Ibugisu, I am a worker. If you give me an assignment, I do it. If you give me a bull, it will produce 10 cows at once. If you give me a stone, it will produce water. Give me an opportunity and I'll be there. I think those are the questions.
Okay. First and foremost, congratulations, Honorable Nandala Mafabi, upon being duly nominated. My name is Tracy Kansime. I work with NBS Television. And mine is about the building bridges, fixing those that have been broken. Your party itself is no stranger to factions. And whereas we've seen cooperation agreements, memorandum of understandings with the other members of various political parties, yours seems to be under your leadership and that of the Honorable Patrick Boya Muriat. It seems not to be the case. My question is, what are those strategies, concrete proof that you will be working to remedy, even within your political parties, those that have left and are yet to return? Because I think previously you said, let them go. And so I wonder if that tone or that rhetoric has changed, given the fact that now you're talking about building bridges and fixing those that are broken. Where do you start? Thank you.
Thank you so much. In 2001, I came to Parliament. We were in one-party system, which was called NRM. In 2004, we formed a party called the Forum for Democratic Change. I have been there since day one. I have never left. So that shows you I'm a consistent person. I was a Deputy Treasurer General of the party. In 2012, Dr. Besigye left the party, so they had to look for leadership. I contested with General Muntu and my younger brother Ekanya. I lost with 32 votes. I never left the party. And if you want to know, you could have tested, I would have left at that time because I knew I'd done well. I can't bring our internal issues here. In 2017, Poa, my big brother Poa, stood with General Muntu. General Muntu was a sitting president of the party. Poa beat General Muntu with over 300 village votes. Recall, during the campaign of 2012, they were calling me a villager, which I like. 2017, they called Poa a villager. So the villager beat a town person. Now, when he won that election, General Muntu decided to leave, to go and form a party called ANT. I'm hearing unfortunate stories about it, that they cannot even go to villages and get whatever they are supposed to get. But that's not a big story. So General Muntu went. In 2021, we went to an election. You remember it was COVID time. It was not an election. My party president who stood, Poa, whom I have respect for, whom I must thank for saving us, he calls it a military operation. We lost. I hope this time there is no military operation. We're here for this election. So that clearly shows which man I have been, consistent. I have never run away. And in 2016, we supported Dr. Besigye. Now, there are colleagues in their lives. They are either leaders or no, they don't want to be led. Unfortunately, that's what happened. And that's why when you see some of them running away, that is the reasoning. They don't want to be led. They want to be the only ones at the helm. Unfortunately, where they have even gone to lead, they have become, I don't want to mention. Look, for example, let me give an example of PPF, which you are talking about recently. You know my brother Lukwago is the president. My brother Semuju is the Secretary General, mobilizer, spokesperson, mentioned it, he has more than 4 portfolios. When they wanted to put a candidate, none of them came up. They wanted to remain road mayors. They wanted to be members of what? Parliament. That means for them they are more comfortable to be at the helm, but not to show what it is. I was waiting forward to see Lukwago standing as a presidential candidate. I'm here, he's crying here to be a road mayor. And in fact, I want to ask people of Kampala, such leaders don't trust. They can be very dangerous to our country. But in that context, that applies also to my brother Semuju, whom I thought would be. Now, so they went wanting power. And they have got it, but they have failed to execute what they are supposed to. That means if we had given them leadership, FDC would not have had a presidential candidate. Are you getting us? They would not have had a presidential candidate. If they were going to have, they would have demonstrated with PPF they have. So all those stated and said, we are not bad. Those who went with them, some of them were misled. But we want to ask our colleagues, come back. Come back. Come back. We need to move forward. The journey to the struggle for our liberation is a longer journey. Of course, others will reach, others will drop off, but others will join. I ask more to join. I want also more to come and support us, even from other parties. So the bridges I'm building, everybody is free to come with us. And that's why I call on everybody in Uganda to support me. Under the bridge, I will work for everybody. Ask anybody, wherever I've worked, if I've ever been sectarian, I have ever been tribalistic, I've ever been anything of that. When I was the leader of opposition, my driver was from West. My bodyguard was from Acholi. Are you getting this? When I was in my offices, when I worked in finance, my secretary were from West Nile. They are what? That's me. Even today, they have given me guards. Akelo, Omoding. Huh? I would have asked to give me these ones. I'm not that category. So this is the only nationalist you have. And I can tell you, I am ready to build the bridges. And those which are spoiled, I will repair.
Thank you so much, Honorable. Nzetera Kaya nkola ne Bukedde TV ne Bukedde Fama. Honorable akalulu kano ke muzeemu. Bemuvuganya nabo aba NRM. Balinayo munaddala mu local government. Abantu be bayisaawo unopposed. Nga kitegeeza FDC teyasobola kusimbayo muntu. Ekyokulabirako district ye Sembabule yayisaawo chairperson owa LC5. Naye ng'ate amaanyi g'ebibiina gatandikira ddala eno wansi. Nga mulina ebitundu gye mutalina wadde abeesimbyewo. Akalulu mugenda kafeffetta mutya era musuubirayo obuwagizi?
Nziremu mu Luganda oba mu Luzungu? Webale. Sembabule nayo muganda wange bamwita Sekikubo Theodora. Waki wa NRM. Weyesimbawo mu primaries. Ndoza abantu bafa. Abantu bakola ki? Bafa. Ebiriyo ebitundu ndoza emundu yefuga. Ekyo kino government ensi eno tulina okujja emundu mu byobulonzi. Bwe tugenda okuteekawo abakulembeze baffe tujjewo emundu. Sembabule tulinayo abantu b'ebibiina nga FDC bangi naye batya kukola ki? Okufa. Ky'oba olaba bagamba kabagende. Ekintu ky'olina sure wadde mugenda ojja kutuuka ekiseera ojja kufa. At least that's a sure deal. You will die. But why should you kill somebody because of a what? A vote. So ebyo ebitundu biliyo abantu baffe babatiisa buli kaseera. Ky'oba olaba twagala tusaba electoral commission ekomeo etuyambe ekole voter education buli mu kitundu. Olaba twagenda yekotido naffe ne tubeerayo ne bakansala baffe bayita unopposed oba okimanyi. Naye ebiseera ebyo nga tebabakkiriza okuyitawo kuba ffennyini twaliyo. Ekyo kikulaga naffe duwe ebitundu bye tuyise ani unopposed. Lwaki oleese Sembabule n'otagambako ebitundu ebirala? Naffe waliwo abantu baffe naye ffe tetukozesa ki? Mundu. Theodora bakose mundu ndowooza omanyi byavaamu oluvannyuma. Akaaba wa FDC neda wa NRM. Twagala kusaba NRM edde mu nkola ekole ebintu bulungi.
Thank you, Honorable. My name is Aloysius Byamukama. I am from Mama FM, which is a women-focused radio station. I have seen your position on agriculture. And now, a question in me, it is kind of a global conversation on climate change. We have seen a lot of changes, including the agricultural harvests reducing totally. We have seen waters actually coming to settlements where people are. We have seen mountains in this country becoming so bare, a lot of sunshine, a lot of changes. Let me know your stand on this question about your climate change plan.
First of all, climate change is my main interest. Maybe if you want to know, by master's, my dissertation was on environmental. And I even said that unless we settle climate change, we're going to have disasters in this country. It's one of the themes at international level. So we must have financing in the environment to ensure that we deal with this environment. But who are destroying the environment is the developed countries. And we must deal with them. Either they pay for it or not. But also, by the time they do it, what are we doing as Uganda in our country? We have cut forests. We have cleared swamps. That's why you see silting of the roads and the land. If you go to Nakao when it has rained, that place used to be a swamp. Now water floods. There's a lake over there when it rains, and it has taken people. That is us ourselves. If we're doing it, what solution did we put mitigation solutions? So on environment, I want to tell you that I and my government, if you give me authority, will be our priority to ensure we have a better environment for our country. So we'll invest in it, we'll educate people about it, and when you invest in environment, you are improving the health of the people, you are improving agriculture. Let me give you an example. When we breathe out carbon dioxide. What you breathe in is oxygen. And oxygen is produced by plants like trees. So if you cut trees and you breathe out oxygen, there will be nothing to absorb that carbon dioxide. That in the end, you will breathe in the same carbon dioxide, which is dangerous. And that's why you see there's a lot of diseases caused because of such things. So we need to make our country green so that we are able to have healthy bodies and also to ensure that agriculture also thrives. I can tell you, you're talking to a student and a practitioner of environment. In global market, of course, you are aware, under COP, I am one of the members on the finance committee on environment. And whenever I'm there, I am advocating for it. This year it will be in Brazil. Unfortunately, I will be in the campaign. I will not make it. But since you are good, I might nominate you to represent me.
Thank you, candidate Nandala Mafabi of FDC. I am Farida Rule, the Executive Director of Ushahidi Foundation Uganda, and I am observing this process. I have 3 questions. One, what is your plan for the shrinking space for the civil society organizations currently in Uganda? 2, this I'm going to use Luganda. Nchimanyi mulungi nti oli muntu wa byanava oli mu economist mulungi. Tax policy yo egenda kubeera etya? Tax policy eriwo kati saawa zino ekusanyusa oba tekusanyusa? Let me give you one example. Nze bwe maafunye omusaala bwe gutropinga ku account yange nina okusasula pay as you earn nesasula NSSF. Bwe zivaako ne zigenda n'engenda okuziggyako nyina omusolo omulala gw'ensasula. Bwe ngenda mu supermarket ogulira abaana bange ebyokulya nyina omusolo omulala gw'ensasula. Bwe ngenda mu katale nyina omusolo omulala gw'ensasula. Kwegamba government eri kunnyunyunta abantu abatono ennyo nti be bali okufujjirira n'olaba nti omukyala atunda amenvu capital we wa mitwalo 2 naye nga still government emulilayingako okubeera nga asasula omusolo. Kakati gwe nga candidate otegese otya okulaba nti okozesa ebyo? Tulina amafuta, tulina gold, tulina so many resources. Otegese otya? What is your plan okulaba nti nno tonyigitte government tenyonyuuta abantu ffe abawansi okuba nti nno tugirabirira kubanga we tutuuse tulina development. Ekyokusatu, embeera eyaliwo mu 2021 using owalaba abantu abamu omukyala yafiirwa omugulu nga security ekoseza amaanyi mangi n'omukyala omulala yafiirwa omwana we. Kakati nga gwe nga tonaba kwenyigira mu kalulu oteeseteese etya okulaba nti embeera eyaliwo mu 2021 tesobola kubeerawo mu 2026? Osobola okuba nti ogenda kuteeseganya otya n'omukulembeze w'eggwanga aliwo kati okulaba nti embeera eyo tebeerawo.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency.
Can I answer this because I may forget?
Okay.
The last one, he was asking security. Mbere chitugenda kujikola. Ndoza chechubuzo cha Electoral Commission. Ine kulabete elections zibera free and what? Fair. Naye tulina okwogeranga abasimbyewo tulabete security tegenda ekola ebintu ebitali bituufu. Era tusaba security organization, tusaba Electoral Commission, tusaba President wa Uganda naye candidate. Alabete elections zino zibera free and fair. Kijja kumuyamba for credibility purposes. Tax base gyogambye fena tugimanyi. Ndozo oyogedde ku muntu amanyi bintu bya tax base, an expert internationally. Bw'obeera ne tax base entono ojja omusolo mu bantu batono ate oyagala by'okukozesa bingi. Ky'oba olaba olina okukola tax base n'ebeera ennene omusolo ne gubeera muki mutono. Ebimu by'osabye by'ombuulidde payers you earn eyo ekituufu musolo naye NSSF si musolo. Ezo savings zo bw'onaatuuka emyaka 5 mu 5 ojja kugenda mu NSSF bazikuwe ne interest. Ezo tezogerako, ezo zizo zitelese zifuna ne interest. Naye zogambye payers you earn kikulaga nti bakulekerako okusooka baita threshold. Kati bwe zilinya waggulu noba kujjako musolo nga osasula nga bw'okola nga bw'ofuna pay as you osasula nga bw'ofuna. So the higher bw'ofuna nyingi na osasulako akantu kangi. Naye complaint yo yandibadde sente zange zino zensasula zikola mulimo ki? Kyo kyekizibu kuba ezisinga bazikolesa bubi, bazibba, bazikola ebintu ebitagasa mu kifo ky'okukoma mu economy, zikola emirimu ezo ziyambye abantu, ziyambe economy ekule, so that economy bwekula omusolo nagwo gukola ki? Gukula. Naye okukosa bubi economy tekula ate bweshrinkinga abantu abatono be bajjako ki? Omusolo. Nga bw'oyogedde buli muntu asasula musolo buli agenda mu supermarket. Neze no gambete musolo bwe gunabeera mutono no productive sector yeyongere tugenda kola sente zo zebaita disposable income. Disposable income is income obo maze byona ebera makono go kukozesa ejja kuba nyingi lwensonga nti bwe sector bwe zikola bulungi sente zibeera nyingi abantu babeera ne disposable income nyingi mufa ky'okugula afukiro ya sukali ojja kugulanga kiro 2 n'embeera yo nayo ebeera ennungi. Ekyo kiraga nti nawe base yeeyongera kuba kati omusolo gw'ogenda okusasula ogenda kusasula ku kiro 2 mu kifo kya kusasula ku afukiro kubanga eyo naye bagiyita widening the tax base. Bw'ogula ebintu bingi omusolo gubeera mungi naye gubeera wadde mutonotono naye ebintu bingi zibeera nyingi okusinga okugula afukiro omusolo gubeera at high rate naye nga musolo muki mutono. So productive sector zenkogugambyeko zigenda kweyongera. Kati gw'ofuna olaba threshold entono kubanga abantu babandifuje mu musaala ne bajjako omusolo singa babadde bangi okifuna payers and yandibadde wansi naye kasita muli batono aba earning income kyobola payers and ebeera waggulu. Ekyo kitugenda kukirwanisa tukole economy abantu babeere n'emirimu ab'emirimu babeera bangi tubajjako omusolo nagwo muki mungi. Kyogambye nti civil society is your right kiri mu constitution article 28-29 freedom of association, freedom of speech. This the president should bank on who will ensure the freedom of speech, freedom of association. The public must speak, the media must speak, and I want to tell you that constitution was a good constitution. And I want to state one of the items which shall be on our agenda number 1 is to restate term limit of a president, to cut powers of a president. Those are the things you must do. A president must be a worker, not a boss.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, as you deserve to be called. I'm Julius Mugaga Tukachungura, and I write for an online paper called Umoja Standard. I come in the line of policies. We know agriculture is the backbone of Uganda, and for any country to grow, it must focus on, not a major focus, but usually industrialization is a key factor. So what are your policies in as regards to agricultural industrialization it being a backbone of Uganda. And secondly, there's a growing economy called the digital economy. You didn't mention it. So as an economist, what are some of the policies you are going to employ to see that our digital economy grows and benefits Uganda? Thank you so much.
Those two I'm going to, but I think I forgot one item on this lady. She said when she goes in the bank, she gets money less. Those are bank charges. Those are bank charges. So if they are high, we shall deal with them. One of the things is that the interest rates in this country are too high. We need interest rates to be low so that people can borrow money to invest. You know, when the people don't borrow money to invest, the economy collapses. Let me give a quick sample because I've remembered what the lady asked. If I went to borrow money to put up a maize mill, I borrowed 10 million, it will be better that the interest rate is lower so that I can run that maize mill to be able to have the man who deals with maize to produce maize to bring, to make sure that the people are in the maize mill to work, to make sure that people get food, to make sure there's animal feed. Because as a byproduct of maize, you will get animal feed. But if the interest is high, I will not borrow. So the people I would have killed, those who deal in animal feed, those who would be employed in the maize mill, those who produce maize. This is where we are saying we should invest in a very productive sector. And that's one of the areas that we must have our businesses working, surviving, by having a deliberate effort to deal with local investors. Local investors must be given money at a cheaper rate by government, not giving it to foreigners. We cannot make our country for foreigners because foreigners, when they make profit, they externalize it. But when a Ugandan makes money, it stays here. That's why one of the burden here is that foreigners who are here are making money and taking it out. But if you give money to the locals to invest here, it will go a longer way to build the economy. I think that's what, Madam, you wanted also. Maybe that's why you came back. Agriculture is the backbone of this country, and I want to thank God He gave Uganda the best climate. Anything can grow, and that's what I told you. So how do we industrialize? Of course, we must have value addition. We must have cooperatives, which I started with. Cooperatives will help farmers to have their produce taken to the cooperative society, to have their produce processed. Like maize, we should be having a Nescafe machine here to produce coffee. You can take an example. Recently, I'm not against, my colleague was given a factory in Intungam. Now, Intungam can have a factory for coffee, which has very little coffee, but you cannot leave Mount Elgon, which has the best coffee, to not have a factory. In fact, that factory should have started in Mount Elgon side, and there's an entity like Bujis Cooperative, which government, if it was a Senate government, to have cooperated with, so that the coffee would be now they want to do. So we make our priorities wrongly, and that's why we get. So we must have industrialization, have industries to process agriculture, which is called agro-processing, so that we have value. Now, we need to have banks. We need to have an agriculture bank to deal with agriculture, because there's a lot of loss because nobody wants to lend money to an agriculture sector because of the depends on weather. We need to have a cooperative bank, which is even now again in the law, but are not being done. The cooperative bank to help cooperatives to operate. In this agriculture bank to help the process from growing the from the farmer up to the process of agro-processing. And even the marketing. We need to improve on marketing. The best person who should lead the marketing of Uganda product should be the government. If I give you an example of coffee being on a New York board, no farmer can move to New York. But the person who can go to New York is the government to ensure that we have that. So I can assure you, if you read our manifesto, which was done by people of FDC, it clearly talks about how we're going to industrialize agriculture sector. Well, you talked about digital. Right now, internet is cheap all over, but in Uganda, internet is very expensive. We need to make data cheaper, because now transactions are easily done online. Why should data be very expensive? Many countries now, if you walk on the streets of their town, even in the villages, there is internet. Why should somebody spend money on the internet when there is free internet? And the internet will assist you. Of course, it helps on WhatsApp, and of course, whatever social media, it can do it, but it also can do business, transacting and whatever. Currently, many countries are doing, let me give an example, America and the UK are doing, in my area of accounts, they are going to India to get professionals in India to do accounts for them, So they use this internet to do accounts. They send the accounts to UK. They are paid a check. Our boys and girls, those are the jobs they would be doing. But because they don't have those facilities, and of course you are talking to a man who also has some digital knowledge, I'll make sure that digital is at lower cost, affordable, and everybody must access it. My study in Makerere, all of you know, in our year we used to do what we call computer science, where there was a mainframe. Those who know Lotus, 1, 2, 3, those who know WordPerfect, I was one of the young programmers. I still have ideas. Even if I become a president, I'll do programming for you so that you enjoy it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I'm told.
Candidates,
So I have finished all your questions. Now I want to ask all of you, the media people, be my campaign managers. Tell the whole world that the best candidate is Nandala Mafabi. I want to ask people of Uganda again that I'm your candidate. I'm a candidate who has no hate, who has no hatred, who comes to build bridges, who loves every Ugandan. I am one of those whom we should trust. Above all, I am a God-fearing person. I love God. I love my God. I have been married with my wife, Flora Nandala, the woman, for 32 years. And we have no plans of leaving each other. And we want... I came here with my bishop. I want to introduce my bishop and his wife, Bishop Patrick Girod, and Mama. Thank you for escorting me. Of course, all those people are people of FDC. I want to introduce my brother Jack Sabit, who has been my mentor from civil service up to now. I want to introduce my brother Poa, whom I've known for over 30 years. We live together. I want to talk about my sister, Margaret. Thank you for being there for me in all those dungeons. Colleagues, I am so grateful. I can tell you I have a friend of mine I met in Parliament in 2001. He's called Chwanda Godfrey. Mama Tata Sovi. That was my brother until he crossed and abandoned me. But I'm asking you as the chairman of NSF, please join me. I want to thank my nephew for joining this meeting. This is my nephew, Dr. Sranda, from Secretary General of FDC. Thank you, thank you. ODP. Since they have given me a microphone, this is my opportunity. I have my brother Joab from Masindi. Thank you so much for joining me. I have my big brother Mukalada. Thank you for chairing FDC up to now. I have my brother Wante. Thank you for always being there. Wante, when they sacked me from Mwiri, you looked after me. I have my brother Olanya from Acholand. Thank you for joining. Oh yeah. I have my elder sister who is Madam President, Madam Jessica Modoa. That's the one who puts food on my table. I have my sister Franca. Okay. My sister, thank you for joining me. I have my nominator and my sister from another mother. Kabogo, my sister, the MP for Kasese. My sister, thank you for being there for me. I have my brother Fungaro Caps. It is great you are with me. I have my younger brother, Geoffrey Kanya. Thank you for being there. I have my brother Konyogo, my spokesperson. Thank you very much. I have my daughter who is contesting in Buyukwe, called Namwanga. I may fail to introduce everybody, but all of you, thank you for coming. I'm so grateful. I have my bodyguard. He's here. Number 64718. This is my bodyguard. Thank you very much for bodyguarding me. I want to thank the translators. It was great seeing you. The media, Elama Noi. Mwanya Lalugali, where are we?
Thank you so much, candidates Nandala Mafabi. I now hand you over to the protocol details and the security to guide you. They are going to guide you very well. They know where to take you. I thank you for the patience. I thank you so much. Please, protocol team, guide the candidates. Security, please. Yeah, thank you. Now this engagement comes to a conclusion. Thank you.
So Nathan Adamafabi is one of the candidates who was actually first nominated today. But of course, at 1 p.m. we do expect Major General Gregory Mugisha Monto, who will be also coming through at about 1 p.m. as we wait for the other candidate, that is Robert Chagulanyi Sentamu, who will also be coming in later. But in case there is any other person who will be coming through, of course, we shall be also covering that person live. But what is going on right now, the security detail is actually ensuring that the presidential candidate right now actually goes through the right procedures, the right protocol to ensure that he is actually very safe. It is very important because it is a mandate by the Electoral Commission to ensure that they do provide the security for every presidential candidate who has been duly nominated in that regard. Yesterday we did see a few others who were nominated and they did go through the same process as Honorable Nathan Nandala Mafabi is actually going through right now. He has talked about a number of things. Of course, he says he is a servant and he has come actually to serve Ugandans in that capacity. He's also ensuring to fight the insecurity of poverty and also fight for the economy of Uganda. He did talk about agriculture being actually the backbone of our economy. He says that if he goes into power, he wants to ensure that at least 10% of the budget actually goes to the agriculture sector. He also did talk about corruption. He has a few reforms that he thinks he can actually bring on board to ensure that he practically empowers the different accountable institutions, that is the IGG's office, the Auditor General's office, and Parliament as well, to ensure that they can actually reduce, that is, if not to finish, that vice of corruption in Uganda. He did talk about sports facilities. He recently talked about what is in place of ensuring that all schools that we do have in the country actually have the sports facilities in place, because it is a mandate, it is a recommendation by the Ministry of Education and Sports. So that is Honorable Nathan Nandala James Mafari, who has been actually duly nominated today. He has been given the security detail, of course, to see him off, where he expects actually to meet part of his people. And of course, it is actually the driver of the Electoral Commission who is driving the security vehicle, but he also has 16 security personnel. Some will be accompanying him wherever he goes, but also there are those who will actually be moving with him wherever he goes, and it is very, very important. But those are some of the things
Lwago chali hapo. Hello, 1 2 1 2. Umpulira 1 2 testing 1 2. 1 2 mic check 1 2. 3 4 5 6 12 13. Linda mukatono wali kwenjagala kwa okutoki wano oyogere. Owulidde? Njagala okaddemu ky'oyogedde.
The parade commanders. Parade commanders.
Sheikh and Pastor Gift, you come and pray. Pastor Gift, Sheikh Osabene, Pastor Gift.
Oweekitiibwa His Excellency President wa Uganda tukusaba Mukama ffe otuule. Bismillahi rrahmani rrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillahi sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. Bassebo Oweekitiibwa President wa Uganda His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni kaleeta mirembe erinnya linnakutuuma mu Uganda. Musajja we ayimiridde ku muzindaalo guno Abdallah Lukumbi Kawempe gw'omanyi obulungi nga ndi wamu ne mukadde wange Sheikh Semwanga Kaunti Sheikh Ennateete. Mukama wange nga sinnasaba njagala okusooka okuyozaayoza ku ddimu eddene lyewabaddeko ery'okugenda okwewandiisa n'ojja ekkololo n'otusinkana n'otubulya ebigambo ebirungi ebiwooma. Ssebo weebale nnyo, weebalye ddala. Era tukukulisaayo, weebale kuba taata mulungi, weebale kusimba nsonga. Naffe tugamba nti weewaawo tusaba Katonda akutukuumire. Kama wange Oweekitiibwa Pulezidenti, twagala okwebaza Madamu Sekwono atukyazizza wano era atukkiriza okujja wano era yatuyise. Weebale kubeera ng'omutembeeta n'omutuusa wano. Era njagala okuwa lipooti ne Madamu Jeni baleke ti abantu bano balungi batukola bulungi. Madamu Jeni ne Madamu Seku mwebale nnyo, mwebalye ddala. Tusaba Katonda abakuume nga mulina muzeeyi. Nsaba Katonda omuyinza wa byonna atukuume nga tukuume eggwanga lyaffe nga tuli mirembe. Muzeeyi nga bwe yaleeta emirembe, bw'oba oyagala okumanya emirembe egiri mu Uganda, tambulako ogende e Sudaani oba Somalia oba e Libya. Ojja kumanya nti muzeeyi waleeta emirembe. Tetwetaaga muntu atawaanya mirembe egyo gye waleeta. Bannayuganda tutambula. Essaawa zonna kiro misana, muzeeyi weebale kuleeta mirembe. Weebale kubeera kaleeta mirembe. Era tusaba Katonda ebbanga lyonna ly'onoomala nga wooli, twagala obeere ng'otukulemberanga era otwala eggwanga lino mu maaso. Kamange ffe tujja kukoowa kusaba, era bwe nnaava ku muzindaalo guno nja kujjaawo mpeemu akafaananyi. Ebyo byafaayo bikulu nnyo okujjako mmwe abatamanyi nti Pulezidenti wa Uganda kigambo kikulu mu ggwanga. Bwe mba nga nzi wano ne musaba taata waffe oyo ekaleeta mirembe erinnya linnamutuumye. Nja kusaba ono alombeyo ku dduwa y'Oluwarabu eddakiika emu bwetyo oba sekendi bbiri. Madamu Seku ya Luwarabu.
Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillahi sallallahu alayhi wa sallama. ربنا تقبل منا إنك أنت السميع العليم ونتوب علينا يا مولانا إنك أنت التواب الرحيم. اللهم ارحمنا يا الله فإنك أنت خير الراحمين واحفظنا يا الله فإنك أنت خير الحافظين وافتح لنا يا الله فإنك أنت خير الفاتحين ورزقنا يا الله فإنك أنت خير الرازقين. اللهم انصرنا يا الله. اللهم انصر وعيد بريزيدنت موسيفني بنصرك يا قوي يا عزيز. اللهم ارزقه حياة طيبة وعملا متقبلا برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. ونفوض أمورنا إلى الله إن الله بصير بالعباد. وصلى اللهم على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وأصحابه وسلم. أي بريزيدنت سبب بريزيدنت كما وفي nange kiriza nsiime bakadde baffe bano Madamu Sekwono wamu ne mukyala Jeni Baleke, minisita waffe omulungi ow'ebyettaka Babaranda, Honorable Haruna Kasolo, mukadde wange n'abalala nga bwe wabalonda batukoze bulungi. Era tusaba Mukama Katonda ayongere okukwataganya n'abantu abo ne layini eyo nga bwe batambula wamu ne security yaffe, abasecurity yaffe tubeebaza okutukuuma obulungi. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Mukama waffe era akafaananyi sebo tukaagala ebyo bye byafaayo bye tulaga abaana n'abazzukulu tinaffe twali ku lusegere lwa President Museveni. Salaamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Mukama yebaziwe, Yesu omulungi yebaziwe. Amanya mpitibwa Pastor Mugisha, Great Revival Church Kasangati. Twagala okwebaza Mukama katwewombeke. Taata omusumba omulungi twagala okwebaza ku lw'ekirabo eky'obudde obulungi ky'otuwadde. Otuwadde amaanyi okubeera mu kifo kino. Omusumba omulungi tukwebaza ku lwa President waffe omulungi. Ffe ng'abayanga pastors twandibaddewa singa tewatuwa omukulembeze atukkiririzaamu ffe ng'abasumba abato. Taata tukwebaliza ddala nga tugenda mu kisanja ekiddako tukkiriza ddala mu nsi ey'omwoyo tutuwawangudde dda. Mukama tusabye era nga pulezidenti waffe muwe obulamu kyenyiza okusaba. Tewakyali kirala Mukama muwe obulamu. Nkwebaza nate omuwadde ekirabo eky'amagezi emyaka 4. Mukama gino emyaka egisembayo ate mujjuza amagezi atwongereyo mu linnya lya Yesu. Mukama muwe amaanyi. Njagala okwebaza ku lwa mwannyinaffe Helen Seku. Ffe ng'abayanga pasita twandituuse tutya wano. Naye omuwadde ekisa omukyalo ono obutasosola. N'atukimayo wansi abasumba abato n'atuzzaamu amaanyi. Naffe ne tweyongera okukkiriza n'okwagala pulezidenti waffe. Taata omusumba mulungi kwebaziza ku lw'abasirikale abali wano, baminisita abali wano, ba MPs bonna abali wano. Mukama weebale kubanga obawadde obulamu. Taata tukwebaziza olw'obudde obulungi. Mukama abampera omukisa. Nange kansaba akasembayo. Taata pulezidenti saba akafaananyi.
NRM oye! Jaja oye! Nsaba abagenyi baffe ab'ekitiibwa tutuuleeko. Candidate omu bw'ati tava ku ki? Bajenzizi oye! Debazzukulu oye! Winning oye! Launching campaign today oye! Winning oye! Jaja oye! NRM flag bearers oye! Fawaliko! Your Excellency, this beautiful day is memorable. We are honored to host you and to be before you at Muyenga International Hotel, which is just a step away from our office, the National Secretariat for Patriotism Corps. We are really humbled. At this juncture, I'm going to take you through the program, as short as it is, and Your Excellency, I request for your permission to bear with us so that you know the kind of people you're meeting today, interact with them, give them your time, because you are an opposite candidate. Chechina kutisa tisa, tewali kukanga tisa, tokanga tisi wakakkana. Ate jaja nkugumya nti bamugumu ng'asula ku seminti teyeraliikirira nti anaagwa. Oli steady progress, protecting our gains. At this time, Your Excellency, with your permission, allow me to invite the LOC1 of this place, who has hosted us, to come and give his speech. LOC1.
Your Excellency, I am Samuel Musoke, Mulichiro Lwalanda, Chairman, Sekindi Village. I want to honor the Almighty that I, Chairman LC1, welcoming the one and the only, the President of the Republic of Uganda, Before he could speak here, I am the one to welcome him. Hallelujah. Your Excellency, patriotism is the key. 1993, I got my first lesson as a youth during Mchaka, St. Peter's in Zambia. That's where I learned what patriotism is, how to love your country, how to love your government, and how to love, I love my partner. 2010, there was a course for all LOCs in much in the west and much in the east, Your Excellency. In Zambia, Chirombe, that's where we were taken. 3 weeks down the road, they said the course is going to end. There was no funds from the government. I put up my hand. I said, what? My government? No way. How much does it take? The little I have it because of NRM. The peace is what gave me what I had. I will sponsor the course. Your Excellency, 500 men and women were taught, we were taught, and all patriotism was embedded within us. And since that day, much India, East and West, which was on the other side, is now yellow. Yellow has roots to the ground because of patriotism. Your Excellency, choosing patriotism as a theme, as a subject to us Ugandans, is like how those European countries take their youth through the military so that they serve and they love their country. Ours, patriotism. We pray it is maintained. It is maintained at all levels. Your Excellency, we thank you for thinking, being a visionary, that when you say you're a judge, others say it is of age. For me, I say a judge is a visionarized person. Because children stop, but grandchildren keep coming. You are looking ahead for all Ugandans. We thank God for you. We thank God for the office God granted you. We love you and we are behind you all the way, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, we thank you for choosing Sechindi village. For State House is there. And I am the LOC1 chairman for State House. Your Excellency, Madame Helen Seku, when this was being prepared, she welcomed us to the office. Ever since, we've been interacting. They are very humble. You can't know their officers. They are humble, they are lovely, they are friendly, but strictly to what they want to come out with. We thank you for choosing such officers to serve the public on your behalf. We give all glory to our Lord. We thank you, Lord, for giving us Uganda. We thank you for giving us our president. We thank you, Lord, for all that work with him. We give you glory and honor. Your Excellency, you are welcome. We have a brand new road that leads to the office. You will see that road. It is the best road. Office, Madame Helen Seku, through Haji Kakande. We have a road, a very strong road, and I am the chairman, Erusiwan. I know, come 26 hours, even I mobilize the others. My vote is paramount and it is mine. We give glory to God. Your Excellency, thank you. Even as I welcome you, I'm a mobilizer. My request, bangulire motoka. I mobilize and I mobilize and I mobilize. Your Excellency, thank you very much.
Wow. Ndoza mulaba omulembe gwa jjajja ne LOC esala essuuti ziri ezaalagirwa mu gavumenti y'NRM. NRM oye! NRM oye! Jaja oye! Sole candidate oye! Basaba ne banyabo, nzize bategeezaako nti okulonda okunoonya akalulu twakamaze yesterday Kololo, leero twazze kulayira. Electoral Commission kokkirize kogaane mukulembeze tumulayiza unopposed. Opposition tebangayo mu Uganda. Balimba nnyo, ffe twagala waliwo akajaja eka yalina waaka. The youth oye! Jaja oye! Your Excellency, at this juncture, allow me invite Honorable Evelyn Anite, State Minister for Investment, to come and introduce other ministers who have accompanied you here today. Thank you.
NRM oye! Museveni juu! Banange Baganda! NRM oye! Museveni moto! Chirichitia! President wafe chirichitia! Ate kalulu za Buganda chirichitia! Ngabatu wangu lada, President wangu lada, banange mkubure ngalo. Your Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, candidate wafe mulungi, sansenyo anti lero oliwanoku. Patriotism League. Thank you very much for supporting the young people and teaching them about patriotism, and for appointing a very vibrant young lady, Madame Helen Seku. Helen Seku is a strong mobilizer, and thank you very much for giving your confidence in her. Your Excellency, my role is a very simple one. It is to introduce the ministers present. Your Excellency, allow me start by introducing your own minister, the Minister for Presidency, Madam Minister Millie Babalanda. Banange omungalo. Your Excellency, allow me introduce our Secretary General, Right Honorable Richard Todong. Thank you very, very much. And Richard Todong, at this note, before I introduce other leaders, I want to congratulate President Wafe Mulungi upon his nomination yesterday for being a candidate for the Republic of Uganda as president, and we are sure that he is going to win. We are here to protect the gains. We can see peace and stability. You can see even now in your regime, LC1s are not asking for bicycles, they are asking for motorcycle cars. Wanange. NRM has taken Uganda to middle income status, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, allow me introduce the Government Chief Whip, Honorable Hamson Dennis Obua. Your Excellency, allow me introduce SEC member and my colleague Minister of State for Finance in charge microfinance, Honorable Aruna Kasolo Chaine. Your Excellency, I will stop my introduction here and hand over the rest of the introduction to Madame Helen Seku. Wanange mumpe President wafe kalulu ti. Weva lenyo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Namazi Evelyn Anite, Omuganda Omubwati. Yes. Your Excellency, allow me to continue the introductions. The youth here said that some of them have never been recognized before you, but today they shall be recognized. Abavuka musirikeko nyinza bogera nga temulira jaja n'atababulira. Bajenzi twebereremu. Kituufu ekyo jajja waffe. Your Excellency, allow me introduce the flag bearers, NRM, who are contesting as members of parliament for this place. Honorable Judith Abaho for Machindye East. Honorable Doreen Keita for Machindye West. Honorable Amina Lukanga Nanziri, flag bearer Kampala, woman MP. I think the flag bearers for MPship are done. Your Excellency, allow me to introduce other dignitaries who are around. Allow me to introduce our Member of Parliament who's youthful, Honorable Javira Semwanga. Your Excellency, we have got different dignitaries with us. Allow me to introduce our dear instructors from the Patriotism Secretariat who have done mighty work since the launch of Patriotism. 2009, when I was still in Senior 6, they have been with us. They have walked a long journey. That is the mighty team we have been working with, led by none other than Brigadier General Rukundo Justus. Your Excellency, allow me to introduce our landlord, Mr. and Mrs. Katongole Umaru, who have done us good, and they gave us the structure where our offices are. Your Excellency, allow me to introduce a patriot, a dear friend of yours. That is none other than Chairman Ambassador Chirumira, Mr. and Mrs. Chirumira. They are so good. They have given us this venue for free without any cost. Because they are patriots and they are your friends, they love you very much. Your Excellency, allow me to introduce the pressure groups because they have complained for years that nobody recognizes them before you. And today I promised them that I shall do it. When some pressure group unga muubira kujaja wafe omubwati. Tuinayo pressure group je bayita Greater Mukono Mobilization Team. Tuinayo Jenga Taifa and Veterans. Your Excellency, abakuma security ba veteran bo ba comrade bo balaba in the struggle. Tuinayo Tonta Kampala Metropolitan. Tuinayo Team Musara YKM7. Tonta mtule tuliriza abalala. Tuinayo tunaweza NRM Mobilization Task Force. Tuinayo Yellow Power Movement. Tuinayo Naguru Acholi Community. Tuinayo Uganda Market and Allied Employees Union. Tuinayo Kampala Kawempe Women Traders. Tuinayo Yellow Teachers Task Force. Tuinayo the 7 Hills. Tuinayo Yellow Power Mobilization and Development Group. Tuinayo Utof. Tuinayo Federation of Uganda Market Vendors Association. Tuinayo Abafuta. Tuinayo the border under the coalition led by none other than Mr. Ndugwa. That is Kampala Metropolitan Border Coalition. It is separate from the Kampala Union Borders Association. So, Mr. Ndugwa, next executive yo mubire kumzei. Border Coalition. Mikwano jonyo. Tuinayo the security monitoring team. Tuinayo Buganda Form 7. Tuinayo Kamocha Yellow Brigade. Tuinayo Muzeya Agabude Patriotic Youth Initiative. Tuinayo YKM Psycho Brigade. The pressure groups is on ziri wano besogedde kubanga abamu bali waleri. Tuina single mothers supporters. Your Excellency, olaba ba single mothers abasajja mwalagawa. Thank you. Mwebale, bloody bajaja. Twinayo ne silent majority. Basingo mothers, oye. Supporting Jaja, oye. A winning, oye. Your Excellency, twinayo patriotism alumni all over the country. Your Excellency, twinayo secondary head teachers who are our coordinators. Some are patrons, some are just teachers. The National Secretariat Patriotism Coordinators, please stand up for recognition. Yeryo kutaka. Your Excellency, twinayo the National Secretariat Patriotism staff. Nsaba abayimireko mbanjuleyo wa mukama waffe atutegeere olwaleero. Your Excellency, nsaba onzikirize bano nyanjule omukwomu obategeere bulungi. Muyimirire gwendagira yatuula nze komanda. Your Excellency, nayo afande Richard Owaruhanga, Assistant Commissioner Monitoring and Training and Education. Ninayo Madam Honorable Zalwango Medina, Principal Officer in charge of higher institutions. Havabutambala. Ninayo Mama Muhozi, aka Prosim Babas, Omwasamu wa Museveni. Ninayo Kabira Karo, all the way from Kasese Accounts. Ninayo Miss Pamela Watua, Communications Department. She's your daughter and former RDC. Ninayo Bwana Okike Michael, all the way from Kapere Byong, Principal Officer in charge of higher institutions. Ninayo Miss Kazaire Rosette from Mubende, Mobilization Desk. Ninayo Madam Annie Matilda Namaja, all the way from Palisa Accounts. Your Excellency, your youngest youth are Singa patriotism, 72 years old. Nayola wabakolera jaja tebakula tebakadiwa mu kitabo muzibu nnyo. N'olwata anakusabirako receipt. I have Mr. Kapswani Anthony, all the way from Kapchora, Principal Officer in charge of training. I have Akampurira Fiona Mchiga, all the way from Rukunjiri, mobilizer. I have Mr. Opini Comfort Ngonia, all the way from Arua, instructor and staff, ideology teacher. Other staff Sibalaba. Temwete Zebulunji. Oh, Wemuli. I have Miss Fiona Mary, Principal Officer in charge of monitoring and evaluation, all the way from Kabale. And a daughter to a comrade, Honorable Major General Henry Masiko. I have Madam Natasha Katshave, who is a data officer at the Patriotism Desk. From Barara, I have Miss Longok Christine, all the way from Napak. She's a data officer. I have Emily Kobkama, all the way from Shema, data officer. Can I see others whom I can't see? I have Bwana Okero, all the way from Chitugom, mobilization office. Oh yeah. I have Berinda Acham, all the way from Kaberemaido, communications department. I have Mr. Job Sekutitas, all the way from Butebo, data of Principal Officer Data. I have Mr. Matovu, Office Superintendent, all the way from Kalungu, and Youth Mobilizer, Waman, Chairperson Waba Youth. I have Patricia Turiahewa, all the way from Rukunjiri, Media. Your Excellency, I have Kanabe, aka Kanabe. He's called Isaac Tayewa, all the way from Muntungamo, but he's the young man who used to advertise Uganda in Qatar during the World Cup, saying, visit Uganda, visit Uganda. And when I shared it with you, Judge, I said I bring him back. So that is the guy, Mr. Kanabe. Your Excellency, that is the Patriotism Secretary staff, the ones you entrusted me with who are available. I have Mr. Cyrus Muzei, whom you recently appointed as a deputy RDC in Toroko. I have Miss Brenda Tibamwenda from Busoga. She's Assistant Commissioner Monitoring and Evaluation. I have Precious Shiba, Principal Officer in charge of communications. Your Excellency, allow me to recognize the people who have made this game a success, or this day a success. With me, I have Miss Jenny Bariche, who is a mentor. She has been with me, and she has really made sure that this day is a colorful day. She has never let us down, and Your Excellency, omulabiranga ddala, she's a unique character. Yena w'omuvuma nawe bamutwalira olugamba asigala yeesiga omuntu. She's such a good person, good-hearted person. Your Excellency, allow me to introduce Haji Kakande Yunus, PS Presidency. Nsaba ne Honorable Mire Babalanda bayimirireko mbogereko katono. And Mr. Herbert atuheire bwoba wooli. Your Excellency, eno office nga tenava mu Presidency okudda mu State House. Abantu bano baatulera bulungi nga bali batukuba enkokola batukuba amagye amavundu baatubeererawo ne bayiwawo omubiri. Your Excellency, Haji omulabiranga ddala ne Honorable Babalanda oyo bakada abaddala abatalimu bunanfuusa ate si babbi. Mwetuulireko. Your Excellency, fe abantu b'emuyengo olwaleero tuli basanyufu nnyo kubanga koolaasi mupya nkola mpya style mpya nalo NRM oye. Tetufugika UB40, Ugandans below 40 years, tuba bazibu, the Gen Zs. Your Excellency, allow me to recognize the chairman of the Bavandimwe group, that is none other than Mr. Gashumba. Banaye Gashumba yawasa atete mugamba akalango k'abasingle mothers. Mr. Gashumba akalango kawulidde. Bakubya akagamba awo. Your Excellency, allow me to introduce some flag bearers whom I had missed out. Honorable Mwesigwa Mafias, Rubawo County. Honorable Amanya Cohen, Igara West. Your Excellency, ndozola patriots zimweleta abo kumpi newala. Kubanga Eleta abo kumpi newala kubanga tuli ba mwoyo gw'eggwanga ate era olabye tukola ne diverse culture. Your Excellency, allow me recognize all the religious leaders who are here. Buli mukulembeze w'eddiini bannaddiini ffenna tuyimuke tuwubireko ku muzeeyi. Muzeeyi oye! Era abo bannaddiini baagambye babulamu kyankwanzi kokka. Nti nabo bagende bacape ku mugunga bwe bagamba abantu nti leeta ekimu eky'ekkumi nga n'ensawo eri hape. Si kubuulira abantu nti yes alagidde according ku kyamagero ng'ensawo nkalu. Ebyo tubisazaamu mu linnya erya Yesu. Therefore bansabye kyankwanzi. Hallelujah! Mukama asimwe. Your Excellency, allow me to introduce the UPDF officers who are here and who have been with us and who are patriots who have given us all the support. Allow me to introduce Major Winnie Baguma, the first female tanker driver. Muwalawo nnyo era emyaka gyonna ye yasooka omukyala bannaye kino kyewuunyisa. Omukyala yasooka okuvuga ekyo ekimotoka ekiriko emipiira egitakuvukika ekyo e Somalia 2014 yoyo. Munansonyiwa abagenerals we mbambuse protocol mbadde sirabye our mentor, none other than Honorable Brigadier Charity Beinebabo. She's in the house. Ate youth nyonga w'omulaba. Good feeding of UPDF and NRM, cutters of NRM government. Waliwo kye mugamba? Never single men in Mama Charity badde ano nga balina akagambo. Your Excellency, allow me to introduce Colonel Judith Asimwe. Mama Ghetto, abasooka Ghetto ne Mukuluragadi bwe bali mu nyumba wano. Bebo, original owners of the Ghetto Gladiators, Bebo. Your Excellency, allow me to introduce Brigadier Henry Rusoke. Isoke, the one in charge of anti-corruption. Your Excellency, allow me once again introduce Brigadier Rukundo Justus. oyo achapisa mugu n'akumatiza nti bulu efuuse yero. Kyova olaba obugalo bungi. Your Excellency, allow me introduce Major Kano Mutebi Asa, instructor waffe ate nga aluddewo bukyango otandika patriotism bakoze omulimu gw'amaanyi. Your Excellency, allow me introduce Major Yero. Ye yasitandika ekikwekweto eky'ebyennyanja nga bakolera omulimu gw'amaanyi. Your Excellency, allow me introduce the father of Yokalwanyi kano akali wano mu maaso. Oyo omusajja ambeerereddewo kubanga yanzaala. Nandaga nti eno gavumenti yesinga nze nazaalibwa mulembe guno ndi mugeme ndowooza bituufu nkola bituufu sibba ndi mulokole nakuzibwa mu famire ndokole. Munzikirize banjulire taata wange, that is none other than Engineer Lieutenant Colonel Seku Peter Kidemuka. Omu bw'ati yazaala nze. Your Excellency, allow me recognize the President of Traditional Healers. Era wabasuubiza nti omwezi gw'Oktoba ogenda balabira Kololo Mukulu Jemba Lumira Mayengo. Mukulu Jemba ne Madam Sharon muyimirireko. Abo balina abagobereza emitwalo 6 abakyala eri kirabika abamu ku ffe naffe tukyalayo. Naye nabagamba ku kalulu ka muzeeyi nga kasitoma ze mugambe eyo emputwe kulimu omuzimu gugamba towagira nupu wagira NRM ojja kuwona. Your Excellency, allow me introduce your long-time friend. That is none other than King Fahad. Aina abasiramu emitwalo ena abayayana okulaba mukwano gwo nnyo. Your Excellency, allow me introduce your daughter, your fan, your musician, full figure. Wali awo mukakkane. Abalala bamuyita firi figure omuntu nga wa sizoni zonna. Allow me, ali mabegeri, Your Excellency, space twade tetulina naye tukoma eri ku main kikwatagana ne office eyo yonna inayo abantu. Ekyo kiraga nti muzeeyi tumwagala. Allow me introduce another mobilizer, Haji Semakula Sula. Abalala bonna, Your Excellency, bannaye olw'obudde ate mukama waffe alina okwogera. Bannaye mwadde mugamba abakyalina nabagamba muzeeyi akola na buli omu. Your Excellency, allow me introduce Madam Hiromi, who's in charge of investors at the State House desk. Madam Hiromi, stand up with your people so that these people get to know that our judge works with everybody. Abakuwerekeddeko bonna, please stand up and wave. Abazungu abali awo abatatufaanana kala naye judge abaagala akola nammwe. Those are the Eritrean community who have been seated there, who are seated with Miss Hiromi. Abakulu ne bassebo, allow me introduce the ghetto chairperson, Honorable Lord Councillor, Mr. Kalyango. Oyo wayogera ghetto zimuwulira mwana. Okitegeera. Kakati mu boxa omulabiranga ddala ddala. Bassebo ne bannyabo olw'obudde. Ate engeri candidate gy'akooyeemu saagala ate tumukooye nnyo twagala ayogere ng'obudde bukyali atubuulire ekinyusi ky'ayituleetedde addeyo ate atulowooleze. Naye Your Excellency, waliwo mikwano gyo Haji Kabanda ne Haji omulala abakulira futa abo bakiikiridde ba traders. Your Excellency, basebo ne banyama nsaba mu nsonyiwe gwe saayogedde erinnya naye mwenna tubaagala. Nsaba buli omu ffenna tuwubireko jaja oye! Pressure groups oye! NRM oye! Your Excellency, mpozi kansembyeyo bano ababiri. Waliwo omukwano gwo wano atera okusesa ensi yonna. That is none other than Teacher Mpamire. Emyaka gyonna azanyanga president. Yoyo olwaleero lwe lusoose omulaba feesi ye. Olumu azanyanga Teacher Mpamire ku street olulala n'azanyanga president. Your Excellency, allow me introduce Haji Chitata, mukwano gwo Senior Presidential Advisor Mobilization. And also allow me introduce the top city lawyer. Mzee nga baloya bakutawanya. Oyina ono mwana w'omulwanyi ate lawyer w'amaanyi mukugu. That is none other than Honorable Derrick Lufunya. Lawyer w'amaanyi tafugika. Oyo tawangulwa misango. Kati mzee baba bakutawanya. Oyo mwana wako muredi wo mwalwana ne kitaawe mu nsiko. Oba recruitinga ng'emisango ne bagisala mu mazima na bwenkanya. Basewo ne bannyabo besitayogeddeeko mu nsonyiwe naye mwenna muzeeyo abalabye. Ate nga tubeebaza nti mwebale kujja. Jekoma oye! Okay. Mwenna muzeeyo ategedde nti gye muli bannaye mu nsonyiwe groups nyingi ate abamu sibalaba ku lisiti tebabawandiise munansonyiwa. Bannaye waliwo abantu abazze ne mukulu Mr. Chairman wa PRU mukulu Toyota. Yatuuse wano n'angamba alinako ebirala ebimukutte. N'aba PRU mwenna oye! Kubanga mukulu Toyota yabankwasa ate yakedde wano. Waliwo ne group endala ensindikiddwa Honorable Sodo Kaguta. Sodo Kaguta alina naye ekikundi kye kye yaleese. Mwenna PRU oye! Chairman Sodo oye! Winning oye! All of us supporting single candidate oye! Very good. Museveni now, Muhoozi next. Jaja oye! Fete tuva ku main bannaye akalango mukawulidde naye jaja tanakoowa. Generator ejira erindako okwaka kubanga bridge jaja yasima nyingi nnyo amasanyalazi mangi. Ewaffe eri ku UBC Butebo Channel tulina amasanyalazi gaaka buli wamu. Kolas ali buli wamu. Kaakati jaja tavaawa generator ejira erinda. Your Excellency, amid this last also your daughter Kichoncho Brenda, youth contestant, is around. Yakiriza okukola ne patriotism. Your Excellency, at this juncture, allow me take you through where patriotism has come from and how this day came about. Then after my speech, Honorable Evelyn Anite shall come to invite the Secretary General, who will give his remarks. Then in return, she will guide us. Group zonna bannaye muzeeyo abalabye temufaayo. Byonna mbicapturing nze. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, the Cabinet Ministers present, SEC members present, Honorable Members of Parliament, Oh, Your Excellency, bangambye ba chairman wa divisions ze Kampala. Omukulu Isima Wagaba, chairman Nakawa, n'abalala. Bansonyiwe mbadde nkoze ensobi abakulu b'ekibuga tebangoba. Waliwo omukulu Kamuntu Majembere, chairman w'e Rubaga. Abalala sibalaba. Allow me to introduce your friend also, Hajiru Chamuzi, chairman we Machindye. Abalala besta introducing Zakati, Muzeyi wanaamala okwogera nja boogerako. Nsaba tiimu yange mukapitalinge bulungi groups ze sinayogerako mubawandiike mundeetere listi wano. Your Excellency, Mayor Yasini, mbadde sinamulaba nti mu kizimbe mwali. Your Excellency, abalala bonna tugenda boogerako nga muzeeyi amaliriza kubanga groups ezimu sinabategeera tiimu yange eri kundeetera amannya naye mukakkane temufaayo. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, the SEC members, Cabinet Ministers, Members of Parliament, the Right Honorable Secretary General of the mighty party NRM, the State House Controller, Minister for Presidency, the National Secretariat Patriotism staff, all the informal sector groups, the political parties, the PLOU group, the instructors of patriotism, and our Patriots alumni, the patriotism coordinators present, ladies and gentlemen, praise God. Your Excellency, the staff of the National Secretariat for Patriotism Corps and I welcome you to this great occasion, which was initially the official opening of the Patriotism Office, which is the youth office that brings all the youth across the board together. It is the reason we are gathered here today. We are honored that Your Excellency has taken time out of your busy schedule to visit the Patriotism Secretariat that is implementing one of the critical programs for the youth of Uganda. Bayouth tusirikeeko mumpulirize. Basobola bamanya babawandike bandeetere nja basoma. Your Excellency, I want to begin my remarks by thanking you once again for being a visionary leader. This Secretariat bears a witness to your visionary leadership. I thank you, Your Excellency, for the support you have extended to us during the course of implementing the Patriotism Program, which you initiated on 2nd February 2009, when I was still a young girl in secondary school, senior 6. It is that commitment that you have created to ensure that the youth are properly nurtured, which made it possible for the Secretariat to inculcate the patriotism values to a larger number of secondary schools, higher institutions, both public and private schools across the country, and to other groups that are not part of the school-going people. Your Excellency, since taking over the office of the Secretariat on 9th January 2014, which marks today us being 1 year and 8 months old in this office, I want to warmly say thank you for all the support that you have given us. From 9th January when I took office, we have managed to capture the data of the alumni of patriotism, who are more than 250 in number. And Your Excellency, since I took office, the 1 year and 9 months and 8 months now, we have managed to train 200,000 youth across the country, both from schools, higher institutions, out of school, and the informal sectors. With your support, Your Excellency, Your Excellency, this has been a milestone with all your support. I want to say thank you, Your Excellency, for every time we knock at your door for the support. Since you are our patron and the chief patriot of this country, you have given us all the necessary support that we require, and we are humbled. We say Tojango Oko. Your Excellency, I want also to thank you for ideologically orienting the borders to the extent that they are now organized. Those ones we took to Kaweweta, you have handled their issues. They are now happy people, ready to vote for Your Excellency come 2026. However, the few under the border coalition who missed out, they gave me their report, which I shall give you. Border coalition message ya mwengena jitusa. Your Excellency, we are grateful for your promise. Your Excellency, we are grateful that you thought of a Ugandan of a lower scale, the Ugandans who are living under the poverty line. You thought it wise and created what we call the Parish Development Model Program, PDM. Your Excellency, we as the youth, we are very grateful because through PDM, we have managed to benefit as youth. In the entire country, every year you spend 317 billion on youth, of which PDM has existed for 3 years. It means in the 3 years period you have spent 951 billion on only youth. A youth oye! Jaja winning oye! Supporting Jaja oye! Your Excellency, you have also invested in the women So, basingle mothers, mulize kano kakulu. We have 15% women under the PDM bracket, meaning every year, muzeyi bagambye tebabawa ssente, basingle mothers bagambye nkatuusiza akalango. So, meaning every year Mzee spends 158 billion on the women. That is the 15%, because the youth we have 30%. So in the 3 years' time that PDM has existed, you have spent on the women in this country 474 billion. Jaja tojango okwo era yongerera ddala mu bakazi ssente. Wabula waliwo n'abakyala ab'obutale bagambye nabo batondereyo kye bayita katale looni. Your Excellency, you entrusted me with a patriotism secretariat that had only a staffing of 5 members. However, with your guidance and permission, you allowed me to widen the patriotism scope, and we are now totaling to 31 staff. Your Excellency, I would like to thank our instructors. They have been there. Those people are real cadres and patriots. Whether there is money or no money, they come and train. And I want to thank also the UPDF fraternity, headed by Brigadier Rukundo. They have always trained us, whether there is money or no money. They train us patriots. And some other officials from local government. We are really grateful for giving us an opportunity as the young people in this country. Your Excellency, I want to take this honor also to thank another chief patron, that is none other than Mama, whom us the Gen Zs call Jaja Mchala, who has given us the support through Ministry of Education and with your support as well. Mama has been there for us, the Patriotism Secretariat. Every time we call on her, she's always present. And we want to say thank you, Mama, for being there for us. Your Excellency, as earlier mentioned, our main focus is to train the youth in and out of school in the patriotism ideology. Our mission is to ensure that the next generation of leaders will be persons who love their country, love their neighbors, and love themselves above self. Your Excellency, the informal sectors and patriots here today and Uganda want to celebrate you as our chief patriot for leading us with devotion, vigorous support for this country. Without any unquestionable doubts, you're full of integrity and leadership. Your Excellency, we say thank you for being such a wonderful patriot. Your Excellency, I have different groups that gave me their requests and concerns. I'll begin with the pressure groups. Anti-pressure groups to Ulirize. Pressure groups, oye. Pressure groups, oye. Kakati muulirize anti-jaja atudde muwa bye mwangambye. Your Excellency, pressure groups zantumye ne bangamba nti baganda baffe bali aba boda waba training ideologically kati bareasoninga bituufu bakola bituufu nti naye bo pressure groups tebalina we bagwa. Si ba senior youth, si ba junior youth, kwegamba bali awo betaaga a belonging kubanga bangi ddala. Fenga ku Patriotism Secretariat tulina groups 216 pressure groups ze tukola nazo closely. Sisobodde basoma bonna olw'obudde. Your Excellency, ne bantuma tibetaaga support mu sako zaabwe ze baakola. Ekirungi ne basingo mother bagambye balina sako yaabwe beetaaga mu support. Ekirungi State House Controller waali wano. Bannaye jjajja wabanga waali nga ne nannyini ssente waali. Kyekigaana. Ssente diriwo. Eno gavumenti y'NRM esomesa bituufu ate eyagaliza ffenna tukole. Aba bus transport oye. Mukwano gwammwe jjajja abatumidde. Your Excellency. Your Excellency, the pressure groups have sent me to forward their request to you that they want to be part of the mobilization come this campaign season. And also, They want you to give them mandate to monitor and evaluate government programs at the different levels in their villages where they belong. Finally, they also want ideological training. Pressure groups ebyamwe bituuse tuwulirize ebyabalala. Your Excellency, the traders from arcades who have an association called FUTA. Abafuta muwulirize ekirungi muzeeyi waali ne minisita wa investment waali aba URA weebali. Kakati tuwulirize. Your Excellency, abafuta baŋŋambye nti URA confiscating ebintu byabwe okuva mu mwezi ogw'okuna ku border points. Nti bakusaba n'obuwombeefu bwonna nti for this time only let URA release their goods basobole obijja containers zaabwe ziveeyo then emyezi egijja mu maaso basobole okugoberera amateeka amapya URA ge yaleese nti kubanga abo babadde bakola kye bayita groupage nti ebintu mwegatta abantu 3 ne musitikula container emu. URA kyetayagala kati ebakyunyiza omwo n'ebakyayisa okuwagira jjajja ate nga bo mikwano gyo nnyo ate bakwagala ne bagamba jjajja ku mulundi guno gwokka banyigireko ku liiso ebintu byawe ku boda gye biri okuva omwezi ogwokuna. FUTA oye! Kakati mukakane nkyaleeta mukalire mutereere. Saagala nti saawulidde saategedde ffenna maaso ku lutimbe. Era nga mukulu Kabanda ne Haji be baleese ensonga zino. Be bakiikirira abakeeds batrader bonna. Your Excellency, ne bagamba nti waliwo bano be tuyita abatembeyi. Nti bo basaba obwo obutale obubeera ku local markets ze wazimba central markets mubawe upper floor babeere nga bakolerayo. Abamu abakola ebya saluuni abatembeyi ebya saluuni babeereyo nga bakasitoma tubasangeeyo kubanga omuntu tasobola kwambuka waggulu kugula nyaanya naye asobola okugendayo n'akola akaviiri ate nga floor eya waggulu ey'obutale bwe wazimba terina kibeerayo. Ne bagamba obateeremuko ka capital. Your Excellency, era abakatale nga nagambye alya tibaagala kye bayita katale looni nga wateekawo PDM looni. Your Excellency, ekirala ne bagamba balandiroda abamu ab'owino titebasasulwanga era beemulugunya bali mu bulumi. N'abeebigaali bonna bagambye sako zaabwe ze baakola madamu Jena abatambulemu abalabe obeeko ky'obakolera okwejja mu bwavu mu sako zaabwe. Your Excellency, from the religious fraternity, both Islamic pastors and all religion, they requested that they need to go for an ideological training, and so far I have registered over 60,000 who just want an ideological training to sharpen their thinking. Ne balema okulinda ebyamagero mu church for 7 days a week nti basiiba basaba ebyo byaliwo mu mulembe gwa Musa kati ebyamagero tukola bikolere. Tulina okukola n'ogenda mu nnimiro n'olima n'olunda nga muzeeyi bw'atugamba 4-acre model system. Kati bo basabye kyankwanzi ng'abasumba n'enzikiriza endala ojalaba we need to be suitable and they would want you to attend. Winning oye! Muzeeyi oye! NRM oye! Era n'abasiraamu muzeeyi nga okuyita mu mukwano gwo Haji King Fahadi ne Haji abasabye ba Sheikh nsaba muyimireko muzeeyi abalabe. Nabo basabye ideology era ne basaba nti mikwano gyo nti ku luno muzeeyi ekibaddewo nsi nti bano abantu tebakwagala bakwagala naye issue ebadde bweti babakangatiisa ne basigala mu mayumba gaabwe ne batagenda kulonda. Kaakati ku luno bo baagala kukuyambako okusensitizinga abantu kugamba nti genda olonde tokangatisibwa muzeeyi akyafuga eggwanga lino. Nsabule kale nti kino ekisanja kya buli muvubuka kweyozaako nnaku kasanga jjajja ali mu ntebe PDM egenda kutuuka ku buli omu. Your Excellency, avuuka bantumye nti nkwebaze olwa PDM mane z'otwongeddemu tikati buli muluka tugenda kuba tufuna obuwumbi 2 mu miliyoni 5 abagetoza kawumbi kamu nga milioni 5 zaffe ba youth leaders alo naffe tweyozeeko enfuufu nga tulunda embuzi tulunda embizi byonna abasiraamu mu nsonyiwe. Your Excellency, abazadde bantumye era n'abazadde abali wano mbasaba ffenna tuwagire muzeeyi tensonga ya education ogikutteko nnyo era ne maama agitaddemu nati okumalawo ebyali bitakolebwa bulungi. Muzeeyi yasoma ate naffe abazzukulu n'atusomesa. Nze nnyini kamwa koogera nina masters mmeka 3 ndi kumaliriza eyokusatu LDC nina degree mu mateeka nina sikangatisibwa ate sifugika. Oneerijjamu ng'oweekakasa etteeka. Naye nga nange nsomedde mu mulembe gwa jjajja gwe nazaalibwamu ate gwe nsomeddemu. Your Excellency, abazadde nsaba bategeeza ffenna abali wano ti mu mulembe gwa jjajja nze by the end UPE product. Batandika UPE 1997 when atandika P1. Era twawona okusomera mu miti mulembe gwa jjajja. Abazadde baffe batugamba bawandiikanga mu ttaka ffe abajjajja tuli ba because tuwandiika online. Tetufugika. Your Excellency, abazadde nsaba tuwulirize. Muzeeyi bulijjo abuulira enjiri nti teri mwana kusasula fiizi ku ssomero abali mu masomero ga gavumenti ag'obwereere. Ffe bafuna mpola tusobole okusoma obwongo bubeere nga bwozeemu. Kaakati muwulirize omwana ali mu O-level senior to senior 4 gavumenti esasulira buli mwana $5,800 buli taamu. Abaana abali mu HSC kyewandiise senior 5 ne 6 buli ssomero lya gavumenti omuzeeyi asasulira buli mwana $7,800 buli taamu. Era wano waliwo ba headmaster ba government schools abasobola okitestifyinga. Madam Irene Semko, Deputy Head Teacher we Kansanga City. Nimbye. Very good. Ekitegeeza abaana b'omunayuganda yenna owawansi asobola okusoma. Muzeeyi agambye tusomere bwereere. Era olaba yeyo abasaba esente milioni mmeka fees mu muloopere. Yensonga lwaki muzeeyi yatuwa ekitebe ky'abavubuka wano wansi. Buli omu ajja aleete ensonga ye tumutuuseeko abikoleko. Era omulembe gwa muzeeyi bayuthi bagambye tebakyasaba na munnyo kubanga ebintu wabyozaamu. Bannaaye socio-economic transformation. Ate era ne bubu mungi kati Your Excellency abakapenta ne bantuma nti yongerezaamu okukatiriza nti abantu ba government officials and what furniture office tugulenga mu bano bakapenta abawana abafa abaliroko okupromotinga bubu. Ladies and gentlemen, byebyo byembadde nno okuloopewa muzeeyi bye muntumye message nzituusizza. Era Your Excellency olifuna akadde n'abasuubuzi baasabye nti obakyalirangako mu akedi ne kiyinza obutasoboka obatwalanga ekkololo ku lunaku lwo lw'oyagala n'obalaba nga basuubuzi bokka mu Uganda. Your Excellency, I take this honor to gladly inform you that patriots, we are always the first abalande bagoberera ensonga lwaki oli senior patriot. That today and here we officially opening the campaigns under the guidance of our very own, the Right Honorable Secretary General is launching Muzeeyi's campaign roadmap here and now. Kati tulonde Muzeeyi. Your Excellency, abavubuka bagambye nti ku mulundi guno village to village bajja kuuma akalulu kasita obawa mandeeti ti omuntu tava Kampala bategeerera kabakuuma obululu ku byalo byabwe. Ladies and gentlemen, we the patriots, we are compared to none, uncomparable. Abazzukulu ba jjajja, the Gen Z tetufugika. Jjajja tumwagala nnyo ate naye atwagala. Mwebale kujja neebaza buli ssekinnoomu, mwebale kwagala jjajja. Emyoga SACCOs, jjajja weebale ziteekamu ssente ate ayongeza. ate si jjajja eka mukulu akulira emyoga wali wano Honorable Kasolo omu bw'ati abakyala gwe baagala ennyo nti abakyala baagala ani wali yimukako bakulabe bakyala gwe baagala ennyo nti abakyala baagala oyo nze erinnya linnemye okwogera Honorable Namazzi yajja odyogera ebyo basebo ne bannyabo njagala obbakubiriza n'obbasima nti mwebale kujja era 2026 tuwagire muzeeyi okwagala kuno kwe tumulaze leero wano tetujjanga okwo teri kuzikiza we tuva wano tugende tukunga akalulu ka muzeeyi ate womala okulonda tovaawo tukakuume abo abagamba simanya protest vote sijui wati fwe tugamba no protest vote tulina kulonda luli abatalonda mwenna muddemu amaanyi abafanda abali wano the UPDF officials abakyala bammwe mu mabaraks tebalonda ku mulundi guno mugende mubagambe bawagire jjajja kubanga abawadde so ba generals ne ba officers abalala bali wano ensonga etuuke waka mu family akalango kaiseewo n'abapoliisi nalabye afande kulaije somewhere polisi nayo bagambe enagulwawo waliwo abantu asukka mu mitwalo ena nti ku mulundi ogwo akalulu bonna tukeere tuwe jjajja balina okulonda Brigadier General Kashaka ne tiimu yo yonna nsaba nga wobadde omobilizingira muzeeyi tojjanga okwo weeyongere ate era kunga abantu bo ffenna nti tuwagire muzeeyi muzeeyi juu mwebale jjajja kankuloopere mbadde nkubamu omusumaali wano ba generals bano ba UPDF officers nga ntuma chief whip waabwe Honorable Brigadier General Charity tabakyala baabwe mu mabaraks tebalonda bo babeera eri nga babaawe bali eri bakuuma akalulu kati ku mulundi guno buli abeera mu baraks abakyala b'abajaasi abaana b'abajaasi nga ffe mbazzaamu amaanyi nti fe abaana b'abalwanyi tugende tulonde jjajja akalango kayiseewo chief whip awulidde jjajjaju dejenzizi oye abasuubuzi oye abafuta oye pressure groups oye abaganyi baffe mwenna oye flag bearers oye basebo ne bannyabo basingo mothers oye basebo ne bannyabo ku mulundi guno muwe jjajja support emala londa jjajja ate olonde ne ba flag bearers b'NRM flag bearers once again muwubire ku bantu babategeere bulungi baleme obbayitako baabo bannaye Makindye East ne West Rubaga Kampala mubalabiranga ddala ate bachairman ba NRM aba divisions ze Kampala bonna bwe bali abasumba n'aba religious leaders endiga zonna muziragire muzeeyi yekka ye yaleeta eddembe ery'okusinza freedom of worship under article 29 of the 1995 constitution as amended tulina eddembe erisinza oyo jjajja yekka abasiraamu basheke nga we mukuba swala eyo mubagamba jjajja yatuwadde eddembe erisinza ne mukwano gwange mukulu Jemba namugamba mukama yeebazibwe haleluya namugamba oyo nti bali bantu obagambanga nti owaaye endwadde eyo yeetaaga kulonda NRM owone mubagambanga akagambo. Your Excellency, allow me thank everybody who has taken an initiative to come. And Your Excellency, allow me in a special way thank Chairman, Honorable Ambassador, Mr. and Mrs. Chirumira, for giving us an opportunity to use their place for free. And I also want to thank Honorable Sodo Kaguta in his absentia, because it was through him that he connected us to these two patriots to allow us to be using their premises when we have functions. It's not the first. We always feel here up to there, because their wall is adjacent to our offices, so we are only separated by the wall. They are really good neighbors, good cadres, good patriots. They have given us all the support for free. Tebatusasuza, tebatubanja. Your Excellency, allow me. Allow me thank State House Controller. She has been there for us. She has contributed. She's the one who decorated your office to look the way it is. Very beautiful office down here. It is courtesy of State House Controller. Your Excellency, allow me also thank Jaja Nalweso, wherever she is. Atuiriddewo omubiri nga Jaja. Wootobeera Jaja Nalweso abaawo mu ngatto yo. Ate era n'atuyuwirawo omubiri. Your Excellency, allow me also thank Honorable Anite. Because every time she has mentored me, she tells me we must do this, we must support Jaja in this way. And Honorable Mire Babalanda. And allow me also thank the Right Honorable Secretary General and Honorable Kasoro. Every time I call upon them to come and give lectures during the patriotism ideology, they are my full-time teachers without pay. And others who are not here. They have been there for us as the patriots. And allow me also thank the Patriotism Secretariat. Mwimirireko neera Jaja abalabe. Ndoza olaba banyirira bali emmere ya Jaja bakola emirimu gya Jaja buli kimu. Ate tulinayo Hajati Madina imirira bakulabe mzee akwetegereza. Oye kansala w'abakyala bonna ab'ewakiso yafumba emmere yaffe. Nga agamba bugambye ekya muzeeyi nfumba nga teyeebuuzizzaako neiba kubanga kadda ku mutima. Muzeeyi tukwebaza okutufiisiza akadde tukimanyi oli bizi otusaasire we tulidde obudde naye tubadde tukwetaaga ate bano Abannayuganda bakwetaaga ate mikwano gyo nnyo kubanga bagenda kuwa obululu ku luno bannaye opposition tulina ogikuba n'enkoona ebanywe gwe mu bokisi tiikingaani buli woolaba tiikingaani naye akalulu okatiikinga bulungi ne katayitamu mu bokisi ate ne bagamba invalid. Yali dedde akalulu kati kyogamba mpite Chief Justice wano tumusamoninge next week ajalangirire. Your Excellency majority bagambye next week tukomyewo ku Patriotism Secretariat wano for another official opening. Tuyite Secretary General ngeri gyali patriot akulangirire. Kubanga akalulu wakalidde it is evident. Muzeeyi abantu abali wano basukka mu mitwalo n'emitwalo bakkirira paka eri wansi ne bakoona ku main. Ababoda tebabalika muwendo. Ab'obutale abasuubuzi bonna mikwano gyo. Ba secondary head teachers, ba patrons baffe, ba coordinators aba patriotism. Bonna baduumira abaana nti omuntu omutuufu ku ballot ali ogu muzeeyi yekka. Ne bano ba invited guests bonna. Your Excellency, at this juncture, with your permission, allow me once again invite Honorable Evelyn Anite Namazzi ajja tutwale mu maaso era nga tukwebaza bwebale kujja ate buli lwe tukuyita muzeeyi omanyi nze sponsor wo kino ekisanja kati nkyalina obuyinza kati candidate oyo kyemwebazaako kiri kimu nti bw'omulagira akola atakkiriza nze nkaayana naye ne mugamba Jaja sponsor tebamukayaanisa ate awuliriza kyemwagalako candidate nze so akuwagira candidate atampuliriza oyo awuliriza candidate omu bw'ati Jaja oye mukulu Gashumba bavandimwe bagambe Jaja yekawa ku baloti. Tweyanziza Honorable Namazzi Evelyn, please come and take charge.
NRM oye! Museveni Jew! Your Excellency, we apologize for taking a lot of your time because the most important speech of the day is the one that will be coming from you. Your Excellency, I'm just here to invite the Secretary General to make a few remarks and then invite Honorable Millie Babalanda, who will invite you to address your people. But Your Excellency, as you're aware that it is a season of politics, that is why Madam Helen Seku has been able to mobilize all these people and give detailed introduction. Please bear with us. Your Excellency, before I invite the Secretary General, allow me to thank you for patriotism, for being a patriot. And many of us seated here perhaps do not know the meaning of patriotism. Patriotism is love, devotion, and loyalty to one's country, involving support to its values and a desire to contribute to its well-being even during difficult times. Your Excellency, I want to ask everyone in this place to clap for the #1 patriot of this country, none other than General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. Your Excellency, there is nobody who has sacrificed himself to love his country, fight for his country, defend the country's people, even in difficult times when everyone says that Uganda should not do a certain thing, including taking away our minerals. You have defended the minerals of this country, the wealth of Ugandans. Let's clap for President Museveni for defending the wealth of Ugandans. Your Excellency, you sacrificed yourself to go to the bush in 1986, before 1996, and you took over power in 1986 and ushered in a fundamental change, a lasting peace for our country. That is love and devotion for your country. Banange mkubire mungalo zamanyi ku president wafe. Nange simanyi Luganda bulungi mbade njagala kuyogera nyingi nnyo ku Luganda. Banange musonyiwe anite kubanga anite vawala. Ngakumpi ku Kongo wali. Naenga gwebale president wafe mulungi. Kati you've given me chance ndiwa no ku Buganda. Ntandika kuyogera Buganda bulungi katono katono. Ngenda kuiga. Webale presidency, I want to take this opportunity to invite the Secretary General to come and say a few words and invite the Minister for Presidency to invite you to speak. Webale. President Wafe Wangale!
NRM Hoye! Thank you. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, the ministers here present, the members of the Central Executive Committee of the party, my sister Ellen Seku, and all the patriots who are here, good afternoon. Your Excellency, it is your day and we don't want to waste a lot of time talking, but allow me just speak about one or two things. That there is a difference between a cadre, a supporter, and a mobilizer. A cadre is somebody who is built over time. A cadre is somebody who understands the changes in society and helps guide how those changes should be directed. I need to thank the Patriotic Secretariat because over time when they invite me to give a lecture to a few of the trainees, we share some of these values. We have got requests from all over the country that Ugandans are very anxious to be trained. We request that government should reconsider reintroducing Muchaka in all districts. That can be guided by the Office of the Patriotism Secretariat. We have leaders that have been elected from the structures, and we pray these leaders should be helped to understand what it means to be a leader. We need leaders who are patriotic, committed, and dynamic. We need leaders who understand their environment. And we need cadres who love the country, loves the president, but also love their neighbor. Evangelization of Christianity speaks about love. Love, you start by self-love and neighborhood love. How do you love your neighbor? How do you love your environment? How do you love yourself to the extent that you don't bring in toxins into your body? Because you are an asset to the party and to the country. And therefore, you need to preserve yourself and you need to keep mentally alert in the things you do. So these are the things that the Patriotic Secretariat helps in exuding knowledge to the rest of the cadreship. Finally, as I conclude, Mr. President, we love you as our teacher. We love you as our mentor. We love you in all ways. Through you, we learn how to manage the complexity of society. But there is one thing that stands above all, that your patience in listening to details. I was just sitting here, and if it were any other person other than you, you would have cut all this meeting very short. But you are very patiently listening and quietly following each and every conversation. And that is good leadership. Because in that, you help us to harmonize our diversity. So we thank you so much. And finally, I congratulate you for being nominated. And soon we shall start the program for campaigns. And we invite all these cadres to join us during the campaigns. Mr. President, if you may recall, in the past, we used to have very many volunteer groups under NRM. NRM oye! Please listen to this. We used to have very many volunteer groups under NRM, but you directed that we restructure them under the offices of the party because many of them by that time were extorting money from their members. And we call upon volunteer groups to be very careful in handling their operations. Don't use those groups to extort money from the public or from your members. But we pledge to work with you during the campaigns. Wherever we shall go with the president, we shall work with you to mobilize and be part of the campaign programs. Thank you so much, and may God bless you. May I invite the Minister for Presidency to come. As she comes, I also need to thank Aji Kakande. Mr. President, when you made me a minister in the past, I was mentored and groomed by Aji Kakande. And I'm happy to see him still very strong in the ministry. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, Commander-in-Chief of the Uganda People's Defense Forces, National Chairman of the mighty party NRM, our Chief Patriot, and our Presidential Flag Bearer, General Retired Mzee Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. You are most welcome to Munyonya. Honorable SEC members, the Right Honorable Secretary General of the NRM Party, Right Honorable Richard Todong, colleagues, the Honorable Ministers, Honorable Members of Parliament, Your Excellency Ambassador Godfrey Chirumira and your dear wife, Susan Chirumira, the Senior Presidential Advisor, Sarah Kanyike, the Permanent Secretary Office of the President, Haji Yunus Kakande, the State House Comptroller, Madame Jane Bareche, the Commissioner on National Patriotism, Secretariat, Yomuzukulu, Miss Helen Seku. Your Excellency, on this function, we are honored to have Brigadier General Isoke. We are honored also to have Brigadier General Charite Bainebabo. We are honored to have General Nareso Proskovia, the patriotism instructors, Afande Rukundo and others, the district leadership. Your Excellency, before you we have our RCC Kampala Honorable Mawia Umar. We have the deputies, Deputy RCC. Can you please stand for HE's recognition? And the assistant RCCs. All the flag bearers present. Moyimirireko Wechitiibwa President Yabalabe. The NRM Chairperson Machindye Mukululu Chams. The NRM Chairperson Rubaga Mukulu Majambere. The NRM Chairperson Nakawa Mukulu Isma Wagaba. Your Excellency, wano tulinawo muwalawo buchana oliriddawa atava ku radio wubirako president yakulabe buchana naye wali wano abaana bafe aba PLU PLU muwubire ku muzeeyi abaana bafe aba pressure groups Tonta and others muwubire ku muzeeyi Abatandika Ghetto led by Ragadi and team. Please muyimirire muwubire ku muzeeyi. All our patriots, the media family, the LC1 chairperson, all invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Omukama mulungi. Ekiseera kyonna. I wish to start by congratulating you, Your Excellency, upon the highly successful and well-attended nominations as NRM flag bearer for the 2026 presidential race. We congratulate you, Your Excellency. The numbers did not just come for the function, but they came to appreciate your contribution in the transformation of the country. They also came, Your Excellency, to show you that they are still with you in the journey of changing Uganda and consolidating the gains. Your Excellency, sir, today's event is highly critical because it touches on an area that is dear to you, namely patriotism, which is a key principle of the NRM party. Through this pillar of patriotism, Your Excellency, you have inspired Ugandans, especially the youth, to place their country above self, to guard its independence jealously, and to commit themselves to its prosperity. You have reminded us time and again that patriotism is the compass that keeps Uganda united, peaceful and focused on Vision 2040 and beyond. Like Nehemiah in the Holy Scriptures, who mobilized the people of Israel to rebuild the broken walls of Jerusalem with courage and determination. Your Excellency, you mobilized Ugandans to rebuild and fortify the ideological walls of our nation, the walls of patriotism, unity, and discipline. Yet it is coming to the time when we are embarking on mobilization for your re-election in 2026. I wish to commend the Commissioner Patriotism Secretariat, my sister Helen Seku, for extending the gospel of patriotism at the grassroots level. Patriotism training and awareness is no longer a Kampala or Chankwan's-based matter. It is now fully decentralized to the lower levels, and the common man and lady out there is now participating in the trainings. We cannot take this achievement for granted and neither to fail to recognize it, Your Excellency. I therefore congratulate Madam Helen Seku, our Commissioner, for the commitment and hard work. I also, Your Excellency, thank the State House Comptroller, who has increasingly supported the Secretariat ever since they left the office of the President. You have done so well to position the Secretariat to offer its best value to the people of Uganda. Your Excellency, it is now my singular honor and privilege to invite you to address this gathering. Thank you for your kind attention for God and my country.
Okay. Mbaramusiza mwena. Kale mture. Wabewo akyusa mu Luganda. Ani amanyi Oluganda bulungi. The honorable ministers,
the
members of parliament,
abakiise ba parliament mwenna,
the flag bearers,
mwenna abakutte bendera yaffe eya NRM,
all the other leaders,
mwenna abakulembeze abali wano,
members of the patriotic secretariat,
abakulembeze ab'ekibiina kyaffe ekyokwagala ensi,
and the members of the pressure groups,
n'abo abakulembeze ab'ebibiina ebyenjawulo,
and all the people who are here today.
Na mwenna abantu mwenna abali wano leero.
Now today,
olwaleero,
I will not have enough time to commission the office because I have got other things to do.
Omukulembeze ayinza obutaba na budde obumala okugulawo ofiisi kuba alina ebintu ebirala by'agenda okukola.
I will do it another time.
Agenda omukolo ogwo gukola omulundi omulala.
But today I came mainly for the groups.
naye olwaleero pulezidenti azze ekisinza omuleeta olwaleero agiridde mmwe ebibiina ebyenjawulo ebiri wano.
Now,
kaakati
when I listened, you seem to be comprised of 4 groups.
omukulembeze bw'awulirizza mulabika nti muli mu bibinja bina.
Number 1,
ekisooka,
or maybe, yes, maybe 4 groups. Number 1,
ekibinja ekisooka,
the graduates of the patriotic courses.
abo abatikkirwa oba abaamala ebibiina bya okutikkirwa omwoyo gw'eggwanga,
abayita mu musomo
ogw'omwoyo gwa ggwanga.
And I'm very glad to hear from Seku.
Omukulembeze abadde ayagala okuwulira okuva eri Seku.
I'm glad.
Asanyuse okuwulira Seku
saying that although she mixed up the numbers,
ng'agamba nti wadde yatabula emiwendo egyo,
I think she was saying that when she came in, they had trained 200,000, and now she has trained another 200,000. So what is the total Seku now?
Your Excellency, currently in our data we have 450 patriots countrywide who have been
450,000. You
Yes.
forgot that one.
Sorry, now
Oyogara wangu gamentu 250. You meant 250,000.
Yes, Jaja.
Kade.
omukulembeze abadde alongoosaamu awo nti mu kwogera madamu Seku yayogedde 250 naye gyandibadde 225.
So that's very good. 450,000 graduates.
Ekyo kirungi nnyo abaatikkirwa oba abamaliriza 45,000.
And what I told Seku when she came,
era omukulembeze kye yagamba madamu Seku ng'azze,
was that she should have contacts of all those people.
yamulagira abe nga afuna contacts oba ebikwata ku bantu abo bonna,
Esimu zaabwe oba esimu zaabwe ne gye bali kati.
essimu zaabwe n'ebyalo gye babeera.
Because that is a very big force for mobilization.
Kubanga lino gye ddene nnyo ery'okuyamba okukunga abantu.
So in this mobilization,
so mukunga kuno okw'abantu,
your secretary should contact them.
Ekitebe kyammwe kirina bonna obbatubukako.
Not by physically but through the telephone.
Nti ne bwe muba temugenze kubatuukirako ddala omu ku omu naye nga muyita mu lukomo lw'essimu.
So this is number 1.
Kino kye kisooka.
To know what happened to these graduates and how they can also contribute.
Okumanya ki ekigenda mu maaso n'abantu bano abaamaliriza naki kye bayinza okwongerako.
Now the second group are the enterprises-based groups.
Ekibinja ekyokubiri kyekyo ekirimu obubondo obukola emirimu.
Now, for instance, if you say market vendors,
era nga bw'ogamba okugeza bw'ogamba nti abatunzi b'omu butale,
that is now enterprise-based.
Ako kati kabondo ak'omu butale.
Akabondo ak'omulimu ogw'ekika kimu. Akabondo the enterprise-based.
Akabondo ak'omulimu ng'abantu abo bonna bakola mu mulimu gwe gumu.
Now then the third one,
ekyokusatu,
seem to be the social groups.
Byeyo ebibiina ebikola ku mbeera z'abantu.
If you say single mothers,
bw'ogamba nga bamaama baffe abatalina basajja, bannakyeyombekedde. Muwulirize bannaaye, muwulirizeeko.
That is a social group.
Ekyo kibiina kya mbeera z'abantu.
Now then finally,
nti kati ekisembayo
the pressure groups mobilizers.
Bamobilizer baffe oba abakunzi baffe abateekawo embeera ey'okunga abantu.
So therefore my advice is as follows.
N'olwekyo omukulembeze amagezi ge gali wano wammanga.
The patriots, the graduates need contact from the secretariat.
Abo abamaliriza mwoyo gwa ggwanga beetaaga enkwatagana oba essimu zaabwe n'ekitongole kyaffe ekikulirwa Madamu Seku ekya mwoyo gwa ggwanga.
And also secretariat of the NRM should take interest.
Ate era n'ekitebe kyaffe eky'ekibiina kya NRM nakyo kiteekeyo okwagala okuba nti kifuna amasimu ago okuteekayo okumanya okufuna abantu abo amasimu gaabwe ne gye babeera.
And link up with them.
Era mukwata ekitebe kyaffe ky'NRM kikwatagane nabo
and see how they can also help in the mobilization.
Balabe nabo bayinza okuyambako mu kunga abantu baffe mu kalulu.
So that one may not involve money or anything, just contact.
Ekyo ojja kwesanga nga tekyetaagisizza ssente naye wabula bajja kuba bawuliziganya ku masimu mpola mpola olw'okuba nti buli omu alina essimu ya munne.
The only cost will be the communication cost, the telephone.
Akasente kokka akajja okubaamu keeko aka airtime k'okozesa ku ssimu n'okubira mmemba w'ekibiina ekyo.
Now, the enterprise-based groups.
Kati ezo ebibiina ebyo ebyesigamye ku bubondo bw'emirimu.
They can do both mobilization.
Abo bayinza okukola bibiri. Bayinza okukunga abantu baffe.
But we can also, they are easy to support with some, if they form a circle, they are easy to support because they are known.
Ate olw'okuba nti ebibiina bino oba obubondo buno bumanyiddwa bukijja kuba kyangu obbayamba naddala nga mwegasse wamu mu nkola eya sako olw'okuba mumanyiddwa omukulembeze ajja kwanguyira obbayamba okuba nti mutwala emirimu gyammwe maaso.
And you are identifiable.
Era musobola okuba nti mulabibwa. Mumanyiddwa.
So the markets,
ab'obutale,
the borders like we did the other time.
Abantu baffe aba boda nga omukulembeze bwe yakola luli ekololo.
If this is a group which is not part of the other one, we shall find out why, and then we shall see how to deal with you.
Omukulembeze abagamba nti bwe tunasinkana nga nekibiina ekiri wano tekiri egattidde wamu ne kiri ekyali ekololo era nayo ajja kulaba engeri gy'abakwatirako nammwe mugende mu maaso.
Tugenda kumanya ku lwaki
era tugenda mu maaso
tugenda kumanya ku lwaki temuli wamu, and then we shall guide you.
Ye muzeeyi.
Put it in a better Uganda.
Omukulembeze abagambye ababodaboda abali wano nti agenda kwekenneenya alabe lwaki temwegattira wamu, ensonga zammwe bw'amala ozitunulamu ajja bagayidinga alabe ekyokukola.
Now, the social groups.
Kakati ebibiina bino eby'obumbeera z'abantu.
Like the single mothers.
Ng'abo bamama baffe abatalina basajja.
They can also, but you see the best way of supporting our population.
Omukulembeze abagamba nti engeri ennungi esingayo ey'okuyamba abantu baffe
is either geography based,
nga eyinza okuba nga yeesigamye ku ngeri
ku buli
kitundu abantu abo gye bava.
That's why we say PDM, parish, because a parish is a known geographical unit.
Kyova olaba nti mu nkola yaffe eya PDM omukulembeze essira lyateekebwa ku muluka kubanga kye kitundu abantu mwe bava.
Everybody comes from a parish.
Buli muntu yenna ali wano n'ali ewalala ava mu muluka ogumu ogulina we gusangibwa.
Or a ward in the town.
Oba ekisenge oba akasenge mu kibuga.
So it should be, this is much easier.
Kino okisanga nga kyangu nnyo okuyamba abantu baffe.
To support and monitor and see progress.
Okuyamba n'okulondoola ate n'okulaba okugenda mu maaso okw'abantu baffe abo ababa bayambiddwa.
Ebivuddemu.
N'ebyo ebivuddemu mu nkola ey'okubayamba.
The other way of supporting people which is easy.
Engeri endala eri ey'okuyamba abantu ate era ennyangu
is activity based, enterprise based.
Eyo yeesigamwa ku nkola ey'obubondo okusinziira emirimu egyo egy'enjawulo abantu gye bakola.
Byemukola ebizaala ssente.
Nga yeesigamwa ku mirimu egyo gye mukola egy'enjawulo egizaala ssente ng'ababooda, ng'ab'obutale, ng'abatemi b'ennyama bwe bityo.
Now, for the social groups,
kati ku bino ebibiina eby'embeera z'abantu,
like single mothers,
nga nakyeyombekedde oba bamama baffe abatalina basajja.
The problem is that they are not in one place.
Ekizibu mu ekyo nti nakyeyombekedde baffe bano tebali mu kitundu kimu.
They are all over the country.
Bali mu ggwanga lyonna wonna.
So if they have a leadership,
naye bwe baba nga balina obukulembeze,
they can meet my State House controller,
basisinkane mukama waffe Jane Baleche State House controller,
and discuss with them
era ayogereko nabo
how they could be supported even though they are scattered all over the place.
Tulabe omukulembeze bw'ayinza obbayamba wadde nga musaasaanyidde mu bitundu by'eggwanga eby'enjawulo.
So of course in modern times there are telephones, you can use telephones and so on.
Era omukulembeze agamba nti mu nsi kati ekulaakulanye oyinza okukozesa essimu n'obatuukako.
Or we can discuss with controller, we shall see whether we can decentralize it up to, for instance, sub-zone, so single mothers in Teso, single mothers in Bugisu, like that. It needs to be discussed.
Omukulembeze abagambye nti mugenda kukwatagana ne self controller alabe engeri ennungi gye tuyinza okuba gyayinza okubatuukako oba ng'asinziira ku zones ezikola Uganda nga Teso, Bugisu, Kalamoja, naye kyetaaga okutuula ewamu n'obukulembeze bwammwe tulabe engeri omukulembeze gy'agenda okuba nga ayamba bannakiyombekedde.
Because sometimes we do it for veterans.
Kubanga olumu abo abali mu busirikale ne bawummula bakibakoledde
by zones,
nga basinziira ku zooni ezo ez'enjawulo ezikola Uganda.
I think we did it also for the widows.
Era omukulembeze yakikolerako bannamwandu.
So let's study whether that can be used.
Omukulembeze alagidde nti katulabe oba enkola eyo esobola okuba nti ekozesebwa ne ku kyammwe bamaama abatalina basajja.
Of course, somebody would say, why don't you go to the parish and start there?
Omukulembeze agamba nti omuntu omu ayinza okugamba lwaki togenda muluka n'otandikira awo.
They will have their reasons. They will tell controller their reasons why the parish is not good enough for them.
Bannakiyombekedde bano bajja kunnyonnyola State House controller lwaki omuluka si kye kituufu okuba nti enkola eno ey'okubayamba eyita omwo.
It could be, we shall find out what the problem is.
Tujja kufuna lwaki ekizibu kiri luddawa.
Now, the pressure groups.
Kati ebibiina ebyenjawulo ebiteekawo embeera ey'ekikungo,
which are political,
ebiri mu byobufuzi,
we need to discuss with them.
Twetaaga okukaanya nabyo ne tukubaganya ebirowoozo.
And I would like the Secretary General of the NRM,
era omukulembeze alagidde secretary general w'ekibiina kya national resistance movement
and maybe the State House controller also,
era ayongeddeko State House controller
to discuss with them,
akubaganye nabo ebirowoozo bakkaanye,
because we need to, the best way of mobilization should be based either in the village or the workplace.
Kubanga omukulembeze alowooza nti engeri ennungi ey'okkunga abantu baffe yandibadde ebeera mu byalo gye babeera oba mu bifo bye bakolera,
or around economic activities,
oba nga beesigamye ku mirimu egyo egivaamu ssente gye bakolera.
Like me, a dairy farmer.
Kati nga President Museveni ye omulunzi w'ente ez'amata.
We have got our dairy farmers associations.
Balina ebibiina byabwe ebyabo abalunzi b'ente z'amata eby'enjawulo.
And we can be supported economically, but even politically we can also mobilize.
Era bayinza okuba ebibiina ebyo nga muyisobola okuyitibwamu obuyambi obw'essente, naye ate ne mu by'obufuzi era bayinza okuyita mu bibiina ebyo ne batuukibwako bammemba baabwe.
But so then the mobilization would be easiest if you worked with the structures of the NRM.
Naye ate okkunga kw'abantu bano kwandibadde kwangu nnyo bwe tubanga tukolaganye n'amatabi ag'ekibiina kya NRM.
So that you are a volunteer, you add on to the elected leaders.
Kubanga awo obeera ng'olimu onookola omulimu ogwa nakyewa ate n'weegatta kwabo abakulembeze abalonde.
But we had groups which came up.
Naye twafuna ebibinja ebyavaayo.
They were like sort of not satisfied with the structure. They thought the structures were not doing enough.
Nga ebibinja bino tebyali bimativu nga birowooza nti structure oba amatabi ga NRM gaali tegakola kimala.
And they said they started in some places called Nyekundire.
Ne batandika mu bifo ebimu obubiina bwabwe obwa Nyekundire.
And then they worked, but we needed to study.
Ebibinja bino byakola naye twetaaga obyekenneenya okulaba enkola yaabyo.
One by one.
Kimu ku kimu.
So that, because we also don't want to encourage people who just come say, I'm a mobilizer, give me money, mobilizer, give me money, then divert us from the actual mobilization by the elected leaders.
Kubanga kino mukulembeze kyawabulamu tayagala kulaba nti ebibiina ebyenjawulo bivaayo nga byonna bigamba byagala kunga abantu tuwe ssente, twagala kunga abantu tuwe ssente, kubanga kijja tuwabya kitujje ku nkola ey'abo abakulembeze abalonde ab'ekibiina kya NRM.
And it will also annoy the balonde, say, why are you giving money to these people, why not us?
Ate era kino omukulembeze awabula nti kijja kunyiiza bano abalonde bagambe lwaki totuwa ssente ne tukunga abantu ate n'oziwa abantu abazze okukola bokka nga tebali mabega wa kibiina.
So therefore the correct thing to do is Secretary General.
N'olwekyo ekintu ekituufu ekirina okukolebwa kyekyo Secretary General wa Ssaabawandiisi w'ekibiina kya NRM
to meet each of these groups and see what is it specific that they are adding on.
Asisinkane buli kibinja kino eky'abantu alabe kiki ekyo ddala kye balina ekiyinza okwongerako ku NRM era alabe ayinza kukola atya n'ebibiina ebyo ebyenjawulo.
And why they cannot work with the structures.
Era lwaki ddala walina ensonga tebasobola kukola n'abakulembeze bali abalonde mu matabi g'ekibiina kya NRM.
Why they cannot work in the structures.
Era lwaki tebasobola kukolera muli munda mu structure y'obukulembeze bwa NRM.
Now coming to the Basuubuzi.
kaakati omukulembeze ng'ajja ku bantu baffe abasuubuzi.
I will tell URA to forgive you that tax.
Enduulu ey'amaanyi. Abasuubuzi omukulembeze abagambye agenda kulagira oba awadde order directive ekitongole kya Uganda Revenue Authority kibasonyiwe ku luno omusolo ogwo nga bwe mbadde mukyetereeza babe nga tebagubajjaako.
And then in the future you can now follow the new regulations.
Kati mu maaso awo mujja kuba musobola okugoberera enkola y'amateeka ey'ebyemisolo empya.
Now, meeting traders alone, I want my staff to be in touch with you, see whether I can meet you.
Omukulembeze agambye nti okusinkana abasuubuzi alagidde ffe abakozi be okulaba nga tukola ku nkola eyo mangu ddala.
The PPS.
Era alagidde PPS akole ku puroguramu yammwe Mwami Kabanda abasuubuzi abasinkane.
Now, the advice by Seku that some of the saloon people want to use the top floors of the markets. That's a good idea. What's the problem with that?
Kaakati omukulembeze agambye nti amagezi Madamu Helen gaawadde ag'okulaba nti abantu baffe ng'abasiba enviiri abalina zi saaluuni bakozesa emyaliiro egisembayo waggulu ku bizimbe by'obutale. Alaba nti malungi era abuuza kiki lwaki tekikolebwa ekizibu kiri luddawa.
So I would like Babalanda to follow it up with the Kampala minister and then we conclude it.
Era omukulembeze alagidde Honorable Babalanda akwatagane ne minisita w'e Kampala amangu ddala alabe ng'ekyo nakyo kiggwa.
Now the other issues of the what do you call this the big the shopping malls and so on, that one I need to study more. They should give me a write up and so that I don't kutomera.
Kati ensonga zino endala ezammwe eza agasemaduuka ga keedi ga mooro, ensonga ezo omukulembeze yeetaaga okwongerezaako enneenya asobole okutegeera obuzibu buli luddawa aleme kuba nti atomera okuba nga tannaba kufuna lipooti emala. N'olwekyo weetaagisayo lipooti enzigumivu okufuna amawulire agamumala.
Now I want to on the issue of the school fees. In the coming Kisanja, we are going to insist on free education in the government schools.
Omukulembeze abagambye nti ku nsonga ya ebisale by'essomero ekisanja ekiddako agenda kiremerako okulaba nti ddala abaana tebasasula ssente mu masomero ga gavumenti.
As Seku told you, these children who started UPE studied free.
Ng'era Madamu Seku bw'abagambye abaana bano abatandika enkola ya UPE oba bonna basome basomera bwerere nga tebawaayo wadde ennusu era bavaamu nga basomye nga batikkiddwa.
But the school managers infiltrated back the charges.
Naye bano abakulembeze b'amasomero abakwasibwa okuddukanya amasomero baakomyawo mpola mpola ne bayingizaamu essente ne bajja ku baana baffe essente masomero.
We have studied this.
Era kino omukulembeze ateeka enneenyeza ne gavumenti.
The school managers use the pretext of not having enough teachers.
Bano abaddukanya amasomero bakama b'amasomero beekweka mu kakodi ak'okugamba nti balina ssente zimala era ne baba nti balina okugyako abaana baffe ssente. Tebalina basomesa bamala.
Balina okwongerako abasomesa abaabwe, so they need to pay them.
Nti akakodyo ke beekwekamu keeko ak'okugamba nti abasomesa be balina mu masomero tebamala, n'olwekyo basaba ssente abazadde basobole okuba nti bawandiika abasomesa abalala, naye nga ekyo kikyamu.
I have checked, in order to have enough teachers at the rate of 53 students per teacher, we will need an extra 50,000 teachers.
Omukulembeze yeetegerezza era n'alaba nti okuba nti afuna omuwendo ogw'abaana 53 ku musomesa akyetegerezza nga yeetaagayo omuwendo gw'abasomesa abalala 5,000.
We already have 142,000.
Already tuyina 14,200 egy'abasomesa.
I think this is for primary schools.
Bano nga bali mu masomero gaffe ag'ebibiina byaffe ebya wansi ebisookerwako mu primary.
In the coming Kisanja, we are going to recruit the 50,000.
Omukulembeze abagambye mu kisanja ekiddako olutuula ku ntebe 5,000 agenda giwandiika gisomese abaana b'Abannayuganda.
So then we shall be able to tell the school managers no need for charging anything because the teachers are enough.
Awo ekyekwaso kino kye badde beekwasa abakulu b'amasomero. Omukulembeze abe ng'asobola obbaceekinga lwaki ate mukyasaba ssente ng'abasomesa be mwansaba mbabawadde.
So the LC1, the one who wants a car, I can't give donations now because I am a candidate. Otherwise, I will be breaking the law.
Munaffe ssentebe waffe ow'ekyalo omulwanyi w'eggwanga. Omukulembeze emikono gye mikwate tasobola kati kugaba kubanga yamaze okwewandiisa ali mu kalulu ate nga kimenya mateeka bw'agaba essaawa zino.
So I want to thank Helen Seku.
Omukulembeze ayagala okwebaza Madamu Helen Seku.
She is a very hard worker.
Mwana muwala mukozi mulungi nnyo w'amaanyi.
Very active.
Era mukozi nnyo.
She has increased the training courses of the trainees.
Ayongedde ku masomo ga mwoyo gwa ggwanga ge basoma n'abantu bennyini abasoma omuwendo gweyongedde.
So I am very happy with the secretariat, the patriotism secretariat.
Era omukulembeze musanyufu nnyo eri ekitebe ekitwala mwoyo gwa ggwanga ekipira Madamu Seku.
Even today you did a great work.
Ne leero akoze omulimu gw'amaanyi nnyo.
Bring so many groups here.
Aleese ebibinja bingi nnyo wano.
So that I hear their issues.
Asobole omukulembeze okuwuliza ensonga zaabwe.
Katonda ababeere tuduke enkuba.
Mukama Katonda ababeere omukulembeze abaagala nnyo mumulabiranga ddala mwebale nnyo mwebalire ddala.
Bye bye.
Your Excellency mukatenti kawo mpola mpola de bavandimwe chairman ayina ekirabo kyagala okukwasa. Then ne bu patriots bwaffe parade commanders bandyagadde ekifaananyi batono nnyo. Then ne ba staff ba patriotism ne ba coordinators ba patriotism batono nnyo mzee tusaba. If it's okay with you, Your Excellency. Yes, Jaja akkiriza bannaye. Jaja oye! A candidate oye! Winning oye! Kakati, the patriots, parade commanders, run quickly and go where Jaja is. Mwanguwe mzee wali tukube ekifaananyi.
Okay, you're right. I think we should do the anthem, yeah? We shall have the final picture of the heavy truck drivers. One final picture. After that, we sing the national anthem. Thank you. We do the final picture and we sing the national anthem. Thank you. The heavy truck drivers, and then we sing the national anthem because we have to get our president and all of us out of this place before the rain falls. The instructors, TV people, if you can just focus the camera where the principal is taking pictures so that I'm able to guide. Okay, we have to stand and sing the anthems. Okay, that is it for the pictures. DJ, the anthem, and we close. That is it. DJ, please. Thank you. We are going to depart now. That is enough pictures for today. Our president has got to do other national duties. And as you all know, that is a candidate, so he needs to go. Let us allow our president to move. The Federation of Uganda Markets Vendors requests to meet him, and Wale Seku will organize that meeting. Now let us... Together with the Federation of Uganda
and not see guns on the streets. In a Uganda where security will be protecting the citizens and not terrorizing them. A Uganda where teachers, soldiers, health workers, and other workers are paid promptly and adequately. Where farmers earn fair income from their produce. Where traders are not suffocating under exploitative tax regimes. That is a new Uganda that we dream of. That is a new Uganda that we shall definitely get to. A Uganda where citizens can demonstrate on the streets about injustice, and the response of the government will be to listen to them and not to shoot them dead. A Uganda where jobs are not for the connected few, but for all those who qualify and are willing to work. Thank you. In the coming days, ladies and gentlemen, we shall unveil our manifesto, and we shall go ahead to paint a clear picture of that new Uganda that we dream of, that new Uganda that we believe. But ultimately, about leadership, that will be a Uganda where leaders will be serving the people and not the other way around. I tell you, my friends, that Uganda is possible in our lifetime. And with your courage, with our sacrifice, and with the grace of God, we shall reach that new Uganda. Now, as the National Unity Platform, even with the little resources that we had for the last 4.5 years, we have already demonstrated that we are able to use less and achieve more. We have managed to acquire the biggest political party headquarters in Uganda. We have launched the first school of leadership, and we have gone ahead to groom leaders at no cost to them. Leaders that will uphold our values and offer leadership to the next generation after we retire. We have supported families of political prisoners and missing comrades. We have refused to be compromised. We have held onto our principles even when it has come at great personal cost. We have pursued and secured sanctions against those who steal from our people and against those who oppress our people. We have kept the struggle alive, and we are growing even stronger. Now to the international community. Uganda's freedom is not only for Ugandans. Uganda's freedom is for everybody. If Ugandans are safe, if Ugandans are not safe, neither are our neighbors, nor the international dwellers or the international community that always receives us when we go seeking for asylum. Please stand with us as we stand for democracy and human rights. Now to our senior comrade, Dr. Kiza Besije, to our brothers Alex Waiswa Mufumbiro, Comrade Bobby Young, Eddie Mutwe, Achireu Chivumbi, Machete, Gaddafi, and all other political prisoners, we honor you, we think about you, we pray for you, and we are fighting for you. To your families and every Ugandan that has been affected in this struggle, please don't lose hope. Your suffering will never go in vain. Now finally, to the comrades that I will be moving with on this campaign trail. The foot soldiers, the ordinary citizens of Uganda who have nothing else to offer to their country but their selves, their bodies. First of all, I thank you, brothers and sisters. We have stood together through the tear gas, through the bullets, through the beatings, through the abductions, through the courts, through the prison walls, and through the funerals. You have been my shield. You have been my eyes. You have been my courage. You have been my strength. You have been my friends, my true friends. Today, as we go into what is likely to be an even more violent campaign, I will be relying on you, my friends. We are embarking on a long walk to freedom. Whatever lies ahead of us is going to test everything that we are and everything that we stand for. But I guarantee you, brothers and sisters, freedom will come at the end of the day. Because after all, freedom never comes easy. Our grandparents shed blood for the independence of this country 62 years ago. Our parents shed blood for what they believed was a liberation 40 years ago. Our comrades in this very generation are in prison for this very struggle. They've shed blood for this struggle. Many of them are missing and they don't even have graves for this struggle. Let us carry them in our hearts. Let us carry them in our minds. Let us do this in their name. Brothers and sisters, the same courage and discipline that has kept us going since 2017 should be the same courage and discipline to carry us through this campaign. Your duty in this campaign, I must remind you, will not be to protect me. Yes, your duty in this campaign is not to protect me. It is to protect yourselves. It is to protect each other. It is to protect those ordinary people that come to support us on our rallies. I request you to be vigilant in every village that we shall enter and on every rally that we go to. Please be very solid and be very sober. Please be very calm and be very disciplined. Hope for the best, but prepare for the worst. Be careful, but don't show fear, because this regime wants us to be fearful. My brothers and sisters, I want you to understand what we are fighting for. We are fighting for a better Uganda. We are fighting for the farmers, for the border riders, for the young graduates who have no jobs. We are fighting for the ghetto people, those ghetto youth whose future is being stolen away in exchange for a few shillings. We are fighting for the ordinary children whose future is empty and we want to give meaning to. We are fighting for those police officers who are ordered to brutalize you because you are fighting for their children's future. And afterwards, they have to return to their uniport, to an empty house, to children with no school fees, and to a family with no health insurance. Please don't look at them as your enemies, because they are not your enemies. They are victims too. They also wish that things can change someday. Brothers and sisters, if we succeed, this country will be free and things will change forever. It will never be the same again. Unfortunately, if we don't succeed, nobody will ever believe that we did our best. That will mean that we are condemning our children, those that are born and those that are unborn, to slavery. And that is not what we should be doing. Therefore, brothers and sisters, failure is not an option. We must get our freedom, or at least die trying to get our freedom. I don't know how much danger is awaiting us on this campaign trail, but I know that we are going to keep moving with hope and faith. We are carrying the hope of our entire generation, a hope of millions and millions of Ugandans. Brothers and sisters, I want you to understand that this that we are carrying on our shoulders is a historical responsibility. So prepare yourselves. Hug your loved ones one more time and tell them that we are going to war. We are going to a war that we never chose, a war that we are not even trained for, but a war that has been imposed on us by our oppressors. We are facing an enemy that is armed to the teeth, and we are facing the enemy barehanded, only armed with the truth and God. We are fighting this because it is a duty that we must take on. We are fighting for our God-given right to live as human beings in our own country. We will never retire. We will never give up. We will fight until we are free, and I'm sure we shall be free in the end. This is not a matter of when, but it's not a matter of if. This is a matter of when, and we know that we are going to achieve our freedom. Brothers and sisters, I want to conclude by guaranteeing to you that are here with us and all Ugandans all over the world that in the end we shall be free. In the end, everything is going to be all right. And if everything is not all right yet, then that will not be the end. Thank you very much for God and my country.
Thank you, candidates, for that address. Now, members of the press, the candidates team has said that it's going to do the version in Luganda at Natete and also answer the questions there. So given the environment, I don't know unless the candidate chooses. So that is the guidance from his team. Thank you very much. So let us wait for that advice. But that's what the team had presented. Thank you.
I don't think they have time. Yeah, apologies because of the weather and because of the time constraint. We request that we proceed to Natete to address our rally and maximize our time, and maybe we'll answer questions from there or another opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, candidate protocol team. I know the weather is a challenge, but let's manage the candidate and his entourage. Please, protocol team, protect my microphone at the main podium. And let us usher the candidates, the vehicles, security team. Please attend to the candidate so that he exits well. Our dear guests, lunch is served as we await the next candidate, the next aspirants who are coming into our venue. Members of the press, our tent for refreshments is the next tent. I hope we can find, after this tent, we join the next tent where our lunch is served. Please, protocol team, attend to that. Please bear with the weather. Let us go to the next tent where our lunch will be served. Thank you very much, members of the press.
Please, members of the press, proceed to the next tent. Members of the press, please. That's where we shall have our lunch and
country and beyond. Please, you may take your seats, please. Welcome. Lord Chair, I hand over to you, sir.
Thank you, Julius, our distinguished guests. Our next aspirant is in our midst. Sorry. We shall therefore proceed. First of all, let me welcome him together with his entourage. You're welcome to the Electoral Commission home grounds. May I now request you, through your agent, to bring forward your papers so that they can be verified and scrutinized. Thank you. Agent, please. Bring the papers, agent. Bring them here. Bring them to me here. Thank you.
Those who are joining us online and on TV and on all digital platforms, and those of you who have just arrived, what the chairperson of the commission, Justice Belkamagin Simon, has now requested for the people to know what is happening here is the commission has now asked the technical team to check and verify those particulars that were presented to the commission, to make sure that every element, every requirement for a presidential candidate have been met by the aspirant. And they include checking to make sure that the nomination papers have been fully completed, filled, submitted in triplicate. They also check to confirm that, as the chairperson mentioned earlier at the beginning of this exercise, that the person is a registered voter, and by that is a Ugandan citizen by birth. They will also check, as stated by the commission, that and as required by the law, that the aspirant has the requisite, has attained requisite academic qualifications of a minimum of advanced level certificate of education. Senior 6 in our is a language. So they have to confirm that the aspirant went to school. As you know, the requirement around that, which also applies, Lord Chair, because the country is watching, and the nominations for you, the commission released a revision of the dates for nomination of members of parliament. The requirement on academic qualification for president also applies to members of parliament, and since those are the ones coming next month, we can inform those that will be aspiring to be members of parliament using this opportunity as the country watches, that they will need to check those particulars as well. Minimum of A level, senior 6, and that for those who have equivalents of A level, that they would need to have equated them with the National Council for Higher Education. But here the teams are checking all the requirements required, which the Commission gave to the aspirants when they picked the nomination forms at the Commission, and which is what the Commission has been emphasizing to all the aspirants. The technical team here of the Commission that has been tasked to check those particulars has people from the staff from the legal department, it has people from the voter data management, it has teams from election management, it has teams from field operations, and others as well. We are saying this because people who are watching need to know what is happening here. So when this exercise of picking nomination forms was announced by the Commission from the 11th of August, on the 11th of August, and when the Commission rolled out that program for presidential nominations process, 23rd and 24th of September looked like a date very far away. But here we are, we're on the last day, 24th of September. And as the chairperson has informed you, we are here at Reza, Rubowa, on the grounds of the Electoral Commission. This is the first time the Electoral Commission is nominating presidential candidates from its ground, from its own permanently held owned ground. And this is the place where the headquarters, the permanent headquarters of the Electoral Commission are going to be. Already work is ongoing, and as you can see, the nominations of this 2025-26 general election are the first to be conducted here. So in many ways, all those that have been here are making history and are part of a beautiful history of the permanent home of your commission. So the commission, as Ugandans will know, released an adjustment in some dates on the roadmap, and this was done last week. And since the Ugandans are watching and listening, we may wish as well to take this opportunity to remind them of that commission decision of those adjustments. And on those adjustments, the first one was nominations of candidates for presidential elections, which we are concluding today. Harmonization of candidates' campaign programs for presidential elections, 25th, 27th. Conduct of candidates' campaigns. And then nomination of candidates for parliamentary elections, 22nd and 23rd of October. And nomination of candidates for special interest groups to Parliament, 22nd, 23rd of October. Conduct of candidates' campaigns for parliamentary from the 10th of November to 12th of January. And conduct of campaigns for local government, including SIGs, 10th of November to 12th of January. And then the polling period between 12th, or a date between 12th of January to the 9th of February 2026. Repeated here for emphasis for the people that are following at this particular time. But here the teams are continuing to do the verification of the papers submitted by the aspirant. Article 61 of the 1995 Constitution outlines the functions of the Electoral Commission. And it says that the Electoral Commission shall have the following functions: to ensure that regular, free, fair elections are held, to organize, conduct, and supervise elections and referenda in accordance with the Constitution, to demarcate constituencies in accordance with the provisions of the Constitution, to ascertain, publish, and declare in writing under its seal the results of the elections and referenda, to compile, maintain, revise, and update the voters' register, to hear and determine election complaints arising before and during elections and during polling.
Okay, our guests, we've been verifying and scrutinizing the nomination papers of the aspirant before us, and we are satisfied that he has fulfilled the requirements of the Presidential Elections Act. Therefore, I, Justice Byabakama Mugenyi Simon, being the returning officer for the nomination of presidential candidates, declare Munyagwa Mubarak Serunga a duly nominated candidate in respect of the presidential elections 2026, he having fulfilled the nomination requirements under the Presidential Elections Act, Chapter 179, Laws of Uganda. Congratulations, you are now a candidate. Right. Munyagwa Mubarak Serunga, now that you are a duly nominated candidate, you are required to observe or to do the following. 1, you are to appoint an official agent who will coordinate your campaign meetings and media program and also attend meetings on your behalf where necessary. Secondly, you are to avail the Commission with a schedule of your campaign meetings and media program as soon as practicable to facilitate the smooth harmonization of all the candidates' campaign programs countrywide. And thirdly, you have to sign a memorandum of understanding with the Electoral Commission on compliance with the harmonized campaign program, timelines, and guidelines. reminded the campaign start officially on 29th of this month after you have harmonized your campaign program together with the other presidential candidates. The Commission is also required to hand over to you in soft copy the National Voters Register, which I would like to pass on to your agent. It is here in soft copy form. Agent, come and pick this register. Yes, if you want to go and greet your supporters who have not been able to make it to these grounds today, you are at liberty to do that, or roll out your manifesto to the people. You are free to do that. Under the law, the Electoral Commission is required to ensure that the organs of the state avail you adequate security wherever you are as a presidential candidate, either at home or on the road or in your office, whichever place you are. Accordingly, we are going to hand over to you a security vehicle together with security personnel who will be at your command to protect you at home and wherever you are. That vehicle is at our cost. We have attached a driver. We are going to pay him ourselves, fuel the vehicle, maintain it, and also pay the security personnel who will be guarding you. You don't have to pay them anything. After that activity, you are free to go to the media tent and address the media and the country so that they know candidate Munyagwa Barak Serunga is also on the stage. May I now invite members of the Commission and yourself, we go and hand over your security vehicle. Thank you very much.
So the Commission is going to lead you to your detail, protocol,
Mubarak Munyagwa of the Commons Man's Party has also been duly nominated by the Electoral Commission. As we talk right now, what is going on right now, he is being handed over the security detail that is going to always escort him wherever he goes, even when the official campaign starts on the 29th of this very month. It will be that security detail that will actually be accompanying him wherever he goes within Uganda. It has been stated clearly that the Electoral Commission will be in charge of everything concerning the security detail, from transporting the candidate, but also giving him security at home, paying his salary, paying their salaries, but also when it comes to feeding. So what he has to do as an individual is to ensure that he gives them direction on wherever he wants to go and on whatever he wants to do. Apparently right now he's going to be addressing the media, so we shall be understanding from him part of the things that he thinks he will be doing during this term, that is if he's actually voted into office. So anytime from now we shall be handing over to him. He has actually moved with the symbol of Olusania, just as a symbol that probably it is everyone's time to actually enjoy, but also have what they have to have in that capacity. So for now, we are hearing from candidate Mubarak Munyagwa. Let's get to hear on what he's going to tell us right about now.
Oh, microphone, please. Microphone. Can this one reach?
Countrymen, particularly the common man down there, to be here today. Being here was not an easy journey. It was a journey full of hurdles. The process was quite stringent, but we endeavored, with the help of our grassroots common people, to sail through. I want to take this singular moment now to thank the Electoral Commission for exuding those levels of professionalism. At a certain point, we thought that we are going,
So another aspirant will be on the way, will be coming before the commission shortly. So keep in your seats, and the commission will advise.
We are made to understand this aspirant entered these grounds before 4 p.m., just before 4 p.m. And the official period for closure of nominations is 4. However, under the law, if a person who is taking part in the electoral process reports to the nomination venue or polling station before that time, and the time finds him at that venue, he or she is entitled to be handled accordingly. The only difference is if the person arrives after 4 p.m. But since he arrived before 4 p.m., we shall proceed to handle his nomination process. Thank you.
Commission requests the protocol team to bring in the aspirant who has been waiting in the holding tent here in these premises. So the next aspirant is coming in. The next aspirant has walked in and is aspirant Frank Bulira from the Revolutionary People's Party. Mr. Bulira, you are welcome. With his delegation. Come with his delegation. Protocol, please let them sit. Thank you. And Lord Chair, I hand over to you. Lord Chair.
Thank you. Our guests, you're welcome. The aspirant, together with your entourage, to Lueza Electoral Commission grounds. Without much ado, may I ask you now to forward your papers through your agent. Bring your papers so that they can be subjected to verification. To those who may be joining us at this time,
And to the delegation that just walked in, what is happening is the commission has received the files, the documents of the aspirant, and the commission has now asked the technical team here to verify every element that is required under the law. And so they have submitted them here to this technical team of the Electoral Commission, from the legal department, from voter data management, from IT, from election management, to verify them. So they must confirm that the aspirant has filled the forms and in triplicate. That's what the commission guided earlier in the statements that it issued, and in the guidelines it issued when the exercise of preparation for presidential elections was flagged off on the 11th of August 2025, when those aspiring to contest for presidency began coming to the headquarters of the Electoral Commission to pick the forms. And this nomination exercise is taking place here at Rweza, Ruwowa, on the grounds of the Electoral Commission. The place where the Commission is constructing its headquarters, the first of their kind in its history. And so everyone that is being nominated from here is making and becoming part of history. So these are the EC grounds in Rweza. At Rweza, Ruwowa. To the people that understand sign language, we have a sign language interpreter there on the screen. Hope Nyamwiza, who is ensuring that this process is as inclusive as possible, that no one is left behind when it comes to following the electoral processes. And this is a commitment that the Commission has made among other things, to ensure inclusivity, to ensure that no one is left behind. In fact, as part of the roadmap to the 2024-26 general election, the Commission undertook a comprehensive mapping of persons with disabilities across the country, and mapping them and to polling stations, and it was the first such major audit and undertaking to make sure that the Commission gets to know who persons with disabilities are, where they are, what kind of disabilities they have, what kind of unique needs they have, to make sure that in the planning for now and for the future, those peculiarities that ensure inclusivity are taken into consideration. So the Commission, we are in advanced stages of the implementation of the roadmap that the Commission released for the 2025-26 general elections, with major milestones covered, including the demarcation of electoral areas. That happened at the end of last year. Demarcation of electoral areas at local government level. There was organization of polling stations. After reorganizing polling stations, you recall there was that period of the display, and there was also the update of the National Voters Register, which the Commission called upon all those that had it what it takes or it took to participate in, by ensuring that those who were new voters, who had never been registered as voters, but they are citizens, they are 18 years and above, could register as voters and be assigned polling stations. Being a voter is a choice according to the law. So a citizen chooses to be a voter by going to those centers that they went to register as voters. And during that period, there was also a window for those who wished to change their voting locations consistent with the law and following the requirements of the law. And then there was the display of the voters' registers at polling stations across the country. And there was an opportunity after the display for any complaints that came to be addressed by what the Commission put in place, the tribunals at parish level, to consider what the voters the public was saying about the display. Those who are reported to have died and had not died, they would come and say, no, they're saying that I died, but no, I've actually not yet died, or I'm not dying soon. So there were those tribunals at parish level which had that feedback from the display exercise. And then we've been having elections for special interest groups. Special interest groups which are provided for in the Constitution as a form of affirmative action to categories of persons that have had some form of disadvantage in the past. So older persons, those who are 60 years and above, fall under that category of special interest groups. Person with disabilities, and the disabilities are also defined in the law. And then we have youth. Those are three major categories of special interest groups. And then later there are others like the workers that have 2 strands of non-unionized work and all that. So just for our information.
Our distinguished guests, we have verified the papers of the aspirant, and we are satisfied that he has complied with the requirements of the Presidential Elections Act. Accordingly, I, Justice Byabakama Mugenyi Simon, being the returning officer for the nomination of presidential candidates, declare Bulira Frank Kavinga a duly nominated candidate in respect of the presidential elections 2026, having fulfilled the nomination requirements under the Presidential Elections Act, Chapter 179, Laws of Uganda. You are now a presidential candidate. Congratulations. Okay, you can, either you or your agent sign here. Is that a red pen? Can go back. Candidate Bulira Frank Kavinga, as a duly nominated candidate, you'll be required to perform or do the following. 1, you are to appoint an official agent who will coordinate your campaign meetings and media program, and also attend meetings on your behalf where necessary. Secondly, you are to avail the Commission with the schedule of your campaign meetings and media program as soon as practicable to facilitate the smooth harmonization of all the candidates' campaign programs countrywide. Thirdly, you are to sign a memorandum of understanding with the Electoral Commission on compliance with the harmonized campaign program, timelines, and guidelines. Campaigns, as we mentioned earlier on, start on the 29th of this month for all presidential candidates. But that is after you have all harmonized your campaign programs before you get on the campaign trail. However, if you wish to meet your people today, your supporters, at a designated venue, you are at liberty to do that, provided you don't carry out public processions along the roads or markets or the business district or center of the city of Kampala and other areas. Now, the Electoral Commission is required to give you a copy of the National Voters Register in soft form. So I have the National Voters Register in soft form, which your agent can collect now. Secondly, under the Presidential Elections Act, the Electoral Commission is required to work with other state agencies to ensure that you are protected, you are given adequate protection or security, both on the road or wherever you are, and even at home. It's a 24-hour security network. We are going to hand over to you your security vehicle with the security personnel who will be guarding you or protecting you. That vehicle is a commission vehicle. It is being driven by a driver of the commission. We are fueling it, maintaining it, paying the driver, and paying the security. You don't have to pay anything. We are catering for all that by law. Thereafter, you are free to go to the media tent or media center, which is set up here, and address the press or the nation and tell them who you are and so on and so forth. that is at your will. But for us, what we have to do now, which is mandatory, is to give you a security vehicle and security detail. We can go and perform that function. After that, we shall come back here for further announcements or proceedings, whichever. Thank you.
Frank Bulira Kavinga has been duly nominated by the Electoral Commission, and he joins the rest of the candidates who were actually nominated earlier from yesterday up to today. As of now, the Commission has actually duly nominated about 5 candidates. Those are the 5 that actually were nominated today, and as of yesterday, actually 3 of them were nominated. So you can clearly understand that so far, we have 8 duly nominated candidates from yesterday. But as I talk now, the EC chairperson, that is Justice Simon Byabakama, together with the commission, they're actually leading the candidate to hand over the security detail that will be actually giving the presidential candidate a 24-hour security until when the final results will actually be announced. Frank Bulira Kavinga, from the Revolutionary People's Party, decided to make a decisive step, of course, in the 2025 race by submitting endorsement signatures. And of course, today he has been duly nominated. He is actually known for his strong stance on federalism, and of course, sending a clear message to the country. His declaration signals a fresh challenge in a political landscape that is actually dominated by long-standing leadership. I do understand very many people actually may not know about this gentleman who has been duly nominated, talking about Frank Bulira Kavinga. I should say that he is a veteran politician with a history of advocating for decentralization and governance reforms. Over the years, he has been actively actually involved in grassroots politics, and of course earning recognition for his efforts to represent marginalized communities and push for systematic change. But of course, what we wait to hear from us as the journalists, he will be talking to us in a few, but also to understand what exactly he is going to start with, probably in his first 100 days, or when actually the official date of the 29th for the campaign actually starts. But of course, we wait to see what the Revolutionary People's Party actually has for us. But like I said, he has actually joined the many who were duly nominated from yesterday, and as of now, we are not yet sure whether we have any other candidate who are rather aspirant who will be actually coming through. But of course, if there is any, we shall be guided by the Electoral Commission, because all the commissioners, together with, of course, the chairman, Justice Simon Byabakama, they are all still around to ensure that actually the entire process ends successfully. But as of now, Frank Kavinga Bulira, the Revolutionary People's Party, of course, he is being handed over the security detail that is going to be in charge of his security. The EC chairman has oftenly stated it that once you're duly nominated, you're no longer a normal citizen, because you're now a presidential candidate, and it is a mandate of the Electoral Commission to ensure that you are safe until the last day. So they will be using the security from today until when the elections start, but also until when the final declarations will be done. That is come next year, 2026. As I talk now, Mr. Bulira Kabinga. He's actually moving to the podium and he will be addressing journalists on what he actually thinks. He will be putting across, and we shall be asking him a few questions about what he will tell us and what more should actually Ugandans expect from him. So anytime from now, we shall be actually handing over to Frank Kabinga Bulira. We shall be understanding a lot more of the things that he has on plate, because he has actually to convince Ugandans on why actually they should put their trust in him to see if he can actually be the president of this nation. Right now, we do hand over to Frank Kabinga Bulira. Let us actually hear from him and get to understand what he has for the nation.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm so delighted to be here this evening, and I'm so thankful to everyone who is here. Really, this is the day that the Lord has made.
Amen.
I'm the last candidate, but I'm sure by the beginning of 2026, I'll be the President of the Republic of Uganda. My name is Salongo Bulira Frank Kabinga. And when I was coming, you saw a heavy downpour. It had a message that Uganda is changing soon. In the next few months, we are going to have another president in Uganda. I'm the flag bearer for the Revolutionary People's Party, RPP, and the leader of Uganda Federal Democratic Organization, which was founded by the late Dr. Aggrey Kiyingi, who died recently in Australia. I was the personal assistant to Dr. Aggrey Kiyingi. Through the years, he went through suffering from the time he left Uganda, when he went to exile in Australia, when he was charged of murder cases, when he was charged of terrorism, working with ADF, etc. When he died, our executive sat and resolved to make me the leader of the Uganda Federal Democratic Organization. I won't say a lot because we have no time for talking. The only time we have is for action and to do things that are supposed to be done to change our country, Uganda. As the Revolutionary People's Party, we are standing on federalism. The biggest problem of our country is the system of governance. Even if Mr. Museveni goes tomorrow and we have another president remaining with the current decentralization system, we shall not have any change at all. When we look at countries like United Arab Emirates, Sharjah is competing with Dubai. Dubai is competing with Abu Dhabi. We want the 16 federal states making up Uganda to compete amongst themselves. We want the Kabalega International Airport in Bunyoro. We want to see the people of Toro also enjoying and benefiting from the tourism in Toro, tourism city. We want the people of Kapchora to enjoy the money coming from the Bogoya. You know, Kapchora has the best Bogoya in this world. Even when you are buying Bogoya in Turkey, they tell you this is coming from Uganda and it's coming from Kapchora. But government is not doing anything to see how to help the Sabines to promote the Bogoya they are growing. Even in Emirates, I found Bogoya being served from Kapchora. We have Jessa milk. It is served in Emirates. kusongozebwa ekikakasa nti ffe tugenda okuwangula obukulembeze bw'eggwanga lino Uganda.
William Ruanga from Beg Media, Beg TV. I think Your Excellency to be Mr. Bulira Frank. We are known to each other for a long time. I'm asking you, you have proposed a federal arrangement for Uganda. Which federal model are you going to use when you become president? Because there are so many federal models which can be applicable. And secondly, you are a teacher. I know you as a teacher. You are a former teacher. What is your position on education? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, my old friend, Mr. Ruanga William. Thank you so much. I'm so grateful to see you again. I think we shall expound more of what you're asking about in next week when we are launching the federal agenda. I don't want to unveil what is inside. We are unveiling the federal agenda 2026 and honoring the legacy of Dr. Aggrey Kiyingi. The Frank Bulira you are seeing here, when you look at me, see Dr. Kiyingi. When you look at me, look at Nkwanga of Uganda Federal Movement. Look at Andrew Takome Kayira in me. So, we are going to expound more about that, the model, the federal model, and about our entire agenda for a new Uganda next week, and we are going to keep you posted. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. My name is Grace Seginya from SOT Media. When you talk about Dr. Aggrey Kiyingi, some of us who used to know the late, he was a cardiologist, and he overemphasized the health sector. In your manifesto, I've not heard you talking about anything to do with health. Are you diverting from some of your dreams from your predecessor? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I thought here I was just giving a brief about myself, but we are having a program where we are going to unveil our entire manifesto and program. I only talked about federalism as a system of government because it entails everything. It is the solution to all the problems, health, infrastructure, etc. It entails everything. But Dr. Aggrey Kiyingi, I don't want to go far about that. You know very much that he wanted to build a heart hospital here, and the government refused him. Then he established it in South Africa. You very much know that he initiated the Health International, which introduced IT here, which distributed computers to schools, Nabegareka Foundation. You remember that time, CBS, FM, Radio Simba, coming on the internet. He was Dr. Aggrey Kiyingi. Right now, we've been given 10 acres of land in Bunyoro, and we are going to construct the Aggrey Kiyingi Memorial Building. On that Aggrey Kiyingi Memorial Building, we decided to put it in Bunyoro, much as Dr. Kiyingi was a Muganda, because we are believing in a Uganda for everyone. There is one of our members in Bunyoro who donated those 10 acres. And that Aggrey Kiyingi Memorial Building is going to have a nursing home, a youth rehabilitation center, and a heart training institute.
Thank you, Candidate Frank, for speaking to us. Members of the press, that is Candidate Frank. And thank you very much, and your team. We wish you the best during the campaigns. And protocol, can you please usher the candidate and to his security so that he exits and goes on to the next program. Now, members of the press, we are going to get closing remarks from the chairperson in the main auditorium, and I request that we go in so that we hear the closing statement on the nomination exercise. Thereafter, there will be some refreshments in our tent, and we invite you to take a cup of tea before we depart. Thank you once again, Revolutionary People's Party. We wish you the best.
Done with the presser. He has actually talked about a number of issues, but of course focusing on the system of governance, where he thinks that if we still have the same decentralization system, nothing will change. But of course, after here, they do have hopes together with these people. They will be, of course, launching the federal agenda that is 2026. But of course, we shall keep following. We can actually find out more. But of course, right now, now, we shall be going back to the main auditorium or the main tent where we are going to be hearing actually from the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, that is Justice Simon Byabagama. He has to give us the last brief of that is if we do expect any other candidates. If not today, is it possible to have any other candidate coming in through tomorrow? If not, what is next for the Electoral Commission? Because we do understand that, of course, on the 29th of this very month, that is when the campaign will be actually starting officially. So today we've had about 8 candidates, today 5, yesterday 3, putting a total to 8 candidates that have actually duly been nominated. Right now, let us hand over to the main tent, and we do hear from Justice Simon Byabagama. Over to the tent.
But those will come after the remarks of the chairperson. Just alert those the members of the press that I can see who are still. We done? No, I see some people who. Members of the press, I can see. Okay. Okay, I can see the number of them running. JB, you are still setting up your camera. I can see you. Baba TV, I see you are late and we're going to start. Biggie Talk, are you there? Uh-huh. Lord Chair, we are now set to hear from you. Thank you.
Thank you, Julius, Deputy Chairperson, commissioners, representatives of political parties present, all staff of the Electoral Commission, civil society groups, observers, interreligious council, the media, and all of you distinguished ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Electoral Commission, I would like to extend our thanks and gratitude to you all who have come to witness this important milestone in the democratic journey of our country as we prepare for the general elections, in particular, the presidential elections for 2026. For the last 2 days, yesterday and today, the Commission opened these gates, having notified the people of Uganda, those who wished to offer themselves to lead the country in the topmost office of the President, to go and contact or consult the people of Uganda, get their support, present the names and signatures of those supporters so that they can be confirmed and invited to come and get nominated on these very grounds. And for these 2 days, we have seen those Ugandans who have offered themselves in that endeavor. At the end of today, we have managed to nominate 8 presidential candidates. And these are Yoweri Tuhaburwa Kaguta Museveni, a flag bearer for the National Resistance Movement, Kasivante Joseph of the National Peasants Party, Mabirizi Robert, Conservative Party, Nandala Mafabi James Nathan, Forum for Democratic Change, Mugisha Gregory Muntu Oyera, Alliance for National Transformation, or ANT, Kyagulanyi Sentam Robert, National Unity Platform, Munyagwa Mubarak Serunga, Common Man's Party, Bulira Frank Kavinga, Revolutionary People's Party. The nomination process has now concluded. It is therefore expected that these 8 candidates will appear on the ballot paper come January 2026. As the candidates prepare to hit the campaign trail, we wish to urge them, together with their supporters, to observe the law, be respectful of one another, be tolerant to other people's different views, and also those whom they support. Let each one of us be at liberty to choose the candidate we support and render our support in that regard. No one should be victimized or ostracized for the choice he or she makes in that context. The candidates, please observe the law. Appeal to your supporters to respect the law and also ensure that we maintain an atmosphere or environment of peace and stability for the good of all of us. And be mindful of those people who are not part of the programs, your campaign programs, and so on and so forth. And therefore, let us not carry out any campaign activities along public roads, in the markets, near health centers, or near schools, any public place where other citizens of this land have a right to do whatever they are required to do in those places. In that regard, we shall have a very peaceful, tranquil process of campaigns. We want to ensure that we rise up together and say no to violence. Let us say no to violence. Let us all ensure that in whatever we do, whatever we say, and whatever we embark upon as we go to campaign, let us not disrupt the peace that is prevailing in the country, because peace is the cornerstone of all that we are set to do or that we want to do as a country. We want to thank the members of the security forces who have ensured that security in this place is intact, if I may use the word. That whatever equipment we have erected here is secure, and also the lives of the people who have come here have not had any major challenge or problem. As a Commission, we reiterate our commitment to ensure that the rights of the people of Uganda, as enshrined in Article 1 of the Constitution, that all power belongs to the people of Uganda, and that they shall exercise this right by choosing leaders of their own free will through the conduct of free and fair elections. We want to assure the people that we shall uphold that tenet and ensure that these elections are free and fair. However, we want everybody to recognize that a free and fair election can only be achieved or attained when every stakeholder who has a role to play plays according to the rules or to the law or by the book. If we respect and determine and resolve to follow the law and be civil in whatever you do or say, then I can assure you we shall achieve what the Constitution laid out, that the elections have to be free and fair. I want to appeal to all the people of Uganda that having elections does not mean that we are in a state of the unknown. Elections are supposed to be a happy event because the people now have the power to say, yes, you are the person we want, not the other one. So let us be respectful of what the people's choice is and ensure that Uganda, our beloved country, moves forward in the socio-economic transformation processes and whatever we undertake as a people and as a nation. So with these very few words, I wish all the candidates well, I wish all the people of Uganda well, and I pray that by January 2026, we shall have gone through an election and a campaign period that maybe we have not seen for a long time, without violence, without bloodshed, without destruction of property. I thank you, and I want to declare this nomination process closed. For God and my country, I saw this.
May we all arise to sing the anthems in reverse order: East African anthem and Uganda national anthem. Thank you very much. There is tea, evening tea. Please do not leave it for the commission alone. Our guests, you are welcome to that tea. And one, Lord Chair, there is a request of the members of the National